Welcome. Good morning. Good Valentine's Day morning to you. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are here to kick off the 2026 Mountain Outpost broadcast season by way of the first golden ticket in the United States this year, the Black Canyon ULTRAS presented by Hoka.
Yep, Black Canyon 100K, one of the two that go 3 deep in the golden ticket series. And let's jump right in, Chris. We have, and I know we say this a lot, arguably the deepest, most competitive field in North American ultra running history.
You know what?
I know that sounds hyperbolic, but I think it's true.
I was more wondering whether or not you were going to qualify that statement because you normally do. But I think that it's entirely justified to say that. We were doing our Shakeout show yesterday talking about the women's field, for example.
Yeah.
And pick your poison. You've got 3 tickets to give out, and a couple of people on both sides of the race are already qualified. But for instance, you take on the women's side, you've got, let's lead off with Olympic bronze medalist Molly Sidel.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got Tara Dower and Riley Brady, 2 who shredded the course last year. And Riley Brady won this race by 20 minutes, and they were, they looked amazing. And then Tara Dower, her time was 20 minutes faster than any other race time in history. And then you've got the current world record holder for the 100 mile. And then you've got the current world record holder for the 50 mile. It's like, how do you, and of course you have the reigning Western States champion.
Right.
So how do you handicap this field?
I think what I love about it, and this is a huge part of the evolution of the sport, is as I see it in the women's race, we're starting on that. You've got sort of these 3 categories, just in broad general terms. Experienced pros, some of the you mentioned, Tara, Riley, Abby Hall. You've got highly successful at this distance or even longer, but not having been in this race. That's a second category. And then the real wild card category, super fast people with lots of pedigree, haven't done this distance before.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got those. And I mean, the old me, and I know I'm old, but the old me would always err on the side of experience, would always be like, oh, it's got to go with Abby Hall. You got to go with Riley Brady. You got to go with Tara Dower. I don't know about that this time. I think of Ann Flower. I think of Molly Sidel. I think of Tabor Hemming. Like, I think it's going to be, or no, Tabor's in the 50K. Yeah. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Eli Hemming is in the 100K.
Yeah.
But I think that dynamic is fascinating, especially as we see in the first few hours how it unfolds as the pack goes out and when the pack separates and those kinds of things.
Yeah, and talking about in this field some of the experienced names. I mean, we ran down those women's names, and you have names like Shea Aquilano that are very familiar to us, those that follow the sport. But Becca Bramley, like those are names that we see at or near the top of podiums, and we hadn't even gotten to them yet when we're trying to make our picks. It's really hard to, this women's field is I think that the men's field is deep, and we'll get to that in a moment, but the women's field is something special.
Well, you mentioned Shea too. I mean, she's in her mid-20s, I think maybe 25, and I think this will be her 7th time racing here.
Oh yeah, she's basically grown up through this event, and seeing her come back and now as a sponsored athlete is actually really special. We've kind of, we followed her career through this race pretty closely.
Absolutely.
So, and of course the men's field. I mean, we've got some guys that are ready to throw down, kick dirt, and you mentioned Eli Hemming. We'll just lead right there. Eli Hemming was leading this race 50 miles in last year, and then the wheels came off completely. And one of the things I noted during our preview show yesterday is the fact that Eli finished 64 seconds behind Joe McConaughey. And with the way this course is set up, he could see that.
Yeah.
That Eli Hemming could see Joe McConaughey cross the finish line and grab that final golden ticket. And to me, that's got to stick in him, and I think that's going to drive him to something special this year.
I mean, and let's remember the women's race in that same scenario. Abby Hall was charging. didn't know what the situation was in terms of whether people were going to accept their golden tickets or not, and ultimately got the roll down a couple months after the race because of a withdrawal and the way the system works, and went on to win Western States. So, you could say, someone like Eli, 64 seconds, you've got to, and he had that, he was charging from the front. He's got a year under his belt now. I think that's going to be fascinating. We've got Francesco Pupi here. You've got to imagine he's a favorite. Hasn't run in North America before. It'll be I know he's been here training. Fascinating to see how that plays out. And then just the list goes on.
Yeah, Francesco is one, we were kind of handicapping the idea of how much of Francesco has to be present physically in order for him to be on the podium here. Is it 95%, 90%? He kind of led out with some detail that he might be battling something.
I saw that, yeah.
But I also wonder if that's a little bit of gamesmanship. I don't know Francesco. I've never seen him in person, never met him. But the idea that maybe, number one, he's not going to race this race to risk anything because he's already got his spot at Western States.
Right.
Number two, he's got a crew member by the name of Jim Walmsley that is not going to waste his time.
Right.
So, I'm kind of heading my mind towards Francesco in it to win it.
But I'm going to give a nod to Hans Troyer. As well. We have
the crowd is going to love you for that.
We have a lot of history with Hans. You recall the 2024 race where he charged out, even slipping ahead of Hayden Hawks, ended up coming up short and ended up with 12 days in the hospital with rhabdomyolysis, came back last year, fought valiantly, also already has his spot in Western States, 8th place finish in Western States last year in his Western States debut. But he's here ready to throw down, coming off just a few months ago an incredibly fast and well-paced run at JFK 50.
Yeah.
So we're not allowed to have favorites, but I think Hans has a great opportunity.
And
here.
Hans had an issue with this race a couple years ago where things went sideways on him.
Absolutely.
And so I think he's coming back with something to prove.
Yep.
And somebody who has proven themselves here, but still, I think it runs in perpetuity with something to prove is Anthony Costales.
Oh, yeah.
We watched him win this race in 2023, and he ran angry. He ran with a chip on his shoulder, and he is back after a couple years of lying low. Of course, he had that amazing 2023 with his results here and at Western States, but he is back to the start line, and
keep in mind, he beat Tom Evans in his absolute prime in that 2023 race.
Yeah, Tom Evans, one of the top 3 or 4 runners in the world at that point.
Yeah. So, and I don't think Anthony gets to a start line not ready to be 100%. Yeah. He races less frequently than a lot of the current, elite men, and I think that's for a reason. So he's ready. He's got to be ready to bust one out.
Yeah, and talking about breakthrough performances, one of the things that people like to do, especially in fantasy sports, fantasy football, for example, you've got people who like to come across as smarter than everyone else, and they pick that rookie running back higher maybe than they should in the draft, but if they win the championship, they look brilliant, and that's why Coleman Cragen is on everybody's lips this weekend. Coleman Cragen, runner out of Utah, very very young. I think he's in his
I think he's 24.
Yeah, he's very young,
but
being coached by Hayden Hawks.
Yeah.
And and you go and look at his ultra sign-up, he's got success, modest, low-profile results. Low-profile races, but the scuttlebutt, on everybody's lips, in the know. People who really follow the sport, even though they haven't seen him, they are so his name has so much helium right now.
I had Finn Melanson on my year-end podcast on Crack a Brew with AJW that I've done now for 3 years, and one of the things we sort of like to banter about towards the end is sort of who was your rookie of the year or who's your kind of upstart. And Finn, without even a pause, Coleman Cragen.
Yeah.
This kid is, and of course Hayden has been singing his praises now for a year. So that might make you look like that smart guy picking the rookie running back.
Yeah, I could see Coleman Cragen. He's definitely worked his way into a lot of discussions, but that just talks about how deep this field is. You've got, the people coming back. We talked about the quote dark horses and the the people who we expect to break out, you've got old hats at this point. When you talk about people who won golden tickets 2 years ago in this race, people like Adam Murray, people like Blake Slattengren, this field is stacked.
Yep. And because of that, I think on both sides, it's going to be a tactical race. As we talk about the course, and I think most people watching probably know the course, but you've got a first 19 and a half miles to Bumblebee, predominantly downhill, very smooth, although there are some tricky sections in the first 7 miles where, after you kind of winding your way through some canyons and some bottom lands. But, the pack sticks together. It's wide, 2-track, pretty much all the way to mile 7. And then you've got just in one of the most incredible sections of single track, between the first Antelope, Mesa, and Hidden Treasure, that you often see some people trying to make an early move, trying to separate themselves, then continue downhill to Bumblebee. Bumblebee is where you really get a sense of how the race is going to shake out, at least from the first third. Our friend Liam was asking, will the lead men get to Bumblebee right about 20 miles in under 2 hours?
Yeah.
It's possible.
That, and when Liam came over and mentioned that, it really kind of melted my brain a little bit, because Bumblebee is you're talking about a trail race, 20 miles in. Now, granted, that first stretch, and we'll talk about the course at length here, but to think of the first 20 miles of 100K being blown through in a 2-hour time frame.
At 6-minute pace.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Reflecting back on the field, there's a name that has been kind of, I don't want to say buried, but it hasn't been talked about at the forefront. This is somebody who held the course record here for many years, and hadn't raced in Arizona for quite a while, but came back and ran in Javelina a few years ago, and a few months ago, and that's Sage Canaday. Sage Canaday ran this race in 2016 and blew the doors off of it.
Absolutely. I remember that year, and it's so much fun to see Sage back. It was great to chat with him at Javelina.
Yeah.
I got a chance to chat with him for a little while when he lapped me at Javelina. But great to see Sage back, and he's another one. He puts himself on a starting line, and he's going to put himself out there.
Yeah, he runs really well in the desert.
Yep.
I mean, he had a top 10 finish at Javelina, and he won Black Canyon. Obviously, it's been 10 years, and that's a long time, but at the same time, he's still young. He's still under 40.
So before we get deeper into the course, let's get a little weather report. I mean, we're looking at the setting sun here behind our studio, or rising sun. Getting ahead of myself. Rising sun here in the studio. What do you got for, what's the starting temperature up in Mayer? We'll get some eyes on Mayer in a few minutes.
Absolutely.
What's it look like?
Yeah, so the temperature in Mayer, last I checked, is about 35 degrees. Okay. Wind chill brings it down to about 30 degrees, according to my weather tracking. That's a little bit chilly. It's not as cold as it's been in recent years. Mm-hmm. Right down here in Black Canyon City, it's about 49 degrees. We are not wearing puffies, so that's actually a plus.
There's a little breeze. I noticed driving up here from Phoenix, it was a breeze out of the north, which is essentially a tailwind for a lot of this course. Wind doesn't have a huge impact on trail races, but that'll be interesting.
Yeah, and in this one, I think that the fact that it's going to be a mild day is just going to be playing to the strengths of the runners, at least most of the runners. Some years this race can be a mud bath. Some years it can be an early on, you're running through the snow in the first few miles. None of those things are going to happen.
I think we're dry as a bone. I think the Agua Fria crossing will be completely dry.
I heard it from what I understand, if you're trying to make your way around it, you can make it through dry, but I mean, I don't know.
If you want to just bust through, you can bust through.
Yeah, but as far as the race conditions go, we are probably as close to optimal as we've been in several years, because we've been out here when it's been super hot, super cold, and with an expected high in I think it was in the low 70s. I mean, most of the fastest runners will be off the course by then anyway.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, we had quite a bit of clouds yesterday, but it's looking like it's going to be crystal clear. So for the racers, both the front runners and especially those mid to back of the packers, the exposure here, the lack of shade. We talk about it at Javelina, we talk about it at Cocodona. There's no shade. So, I mean, 72 feels a little bit hotter. We know that we've got a lot of folks who come down here for this race from colder climates. So, it'll be a factor, but minimal, minimal factor.
Of course, the course, we can talk about the course while we get our drones in the sky close to the start line. We were going to be starting. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
The first few miles of this course, I would say about the first 2.5 to 3 miles, they're actually running on the streets of Mayer, a small town in central Arizona. And then they get to some Forest Service roads that are pretty well maintained. It's pretty easy going for the first 3 or so miles. Then they take a hard left onto the Black Canyon Trail, and it's not quite single track just yet. There's actually kind of like a double track section for the first few miles. I mean, it really doesn't become single track until the first aid station, and that's at Antelope Mesa at about mile 6.8, mile 7. And from there, the race becomes wild because that next stretch from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure at mile 13, you lose about 1,800 feet of vert, and it's single track. And it's not only a drop of nearly 2,000 feet, there's no return uphills. There's no undulation at all. It is a wickedly fast downhill. Mid-packers and back of the packers are going to look down their watches, and they're going to see themselves timing about 2 minutes to 3 minutes faster than they would on flat ground. Slow down.
Yes.
Put the brakes on. We have seen it all too many times at Black Canyon where those runners who go out too hot in that first 20 miles end up cooking themselves because it's so runnable. I mean, we talked about Eli earlier. I mean, Mary Denholm was leading this race through Gloriana Mine at mile 24, and we actually were fortunate enough to catch on camera when Riley Brady came charging and passed Mary coming out of the aid station.
Right through at Gloriana Mine.
It was pretty amazing.
And speaking about going out fast and blowing up, we remember our good friend Heather Jackson doing that.
Yeah.
I think that was back in 2023. She was running great, and then all of a sudden she wasn't. You got to keep in mind too, we're sitting at Deep Canyon right around the halfway mark.
Yeah.
The race really starts getting hard after this. Even with a net downhill, you've got a lot of grinding after this point.
Well, one of the things that we see at Black Canyon more so than other high-profile 100Ks is the amount of jockeying after the final major aid station at Table Mesa at mile 51. I mean, we watched, as we mentioned, Eli Hemming, I think went from second to fourth in that situation. Joe Stringbean McConaughey, I believe, left Table Mesa about 5 or 6 minutes back and was able to run Eli down. So this race is not over until it's over. Obviously in race coverage and those who follow the sport closely, like for instance, you talk about Western States, the race begins at Forest Hill. Well, this race begins, at Table Mesa. Because
it
a
really
lot
does.
can happen.
It really does. And let's keep in mind a couple other reminders. First of all, we've got this exciting new project that Mountain Outpost has put together with a crowdsourced race purse, prize purse. So those of you who are watching on YouTube, you'll see we'll have it down at the bottom right-hand screen. Thank you, Terry, for your donation. And we'll keep a running tally there of the donations and as the race tally increases. And I want to also remind everybody too that while we are obviously going to be focusing on the front of the pack for the first several hours, as has become our custom, Chris, you and I will be coming back on the air later in the afternoon and continuing to broadcast the finishers of everybody up to just around the 17-hour mark, which is the Western States qualifier cutoff for the race. I know that you might be hitting the sack a little bit before that if you are so inclined because you might be running tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, we can talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah, that's one thing I think, AJW, that is really special to us is not only do we love to cover the front of the pack and the elites here at Mountain Outpost during our broadcasts, but we also like to provide a little bit of shine to those runners that are grinding it out. As a 4-time golden hour finisher of this race myself,
indeed,
I feel like we
A $100 donation.
Oh, nice. You can follow the race purse on the lower right-hand side. But as I was saying, as a 4-time finisher of this race between 16 and 17 hours, grinding out my Western States lottery tickets, it holds a special place in my heart. And I know, obviously the preponderance of viewers are, here to watch, greatness happen. But greatness takes many forms, especially in the trail running community. And if you've got nothing better to do at close to midnight on Valentine's Day, and first of all, I feel for you. Second of all, come back and join us, as we'll be going up to the top of the hour at that point at the very least.
Absolutely. And a lot of people's Western States journey begins at Black Canyon 100K, as we've seen in the last several years. The Black Canyon 100K is most years the number 1 or number 2 used race as a Western States qualifier. So I suspect that'll be no different this year. We are less than 2 minutes from the start. I want to keep you all posted on that. You can see the group gathering there. They make a circle of the track. There's a nice sort of dirt track right there that they make a circle of before, as Chris mentioned, before they hit the streets of Mayer and begin winding their way through. We will probably have some nice coverage of that as they make their way out of town. As Chris mentioned, it's about 2.5-3 miles on the roads until it spills onto a dirt road, and that dirt road stays relatively wide. Runners can run 3-4 abreast across there, just about all the way to Antelope Mesa at mile 7. It kind of becomes a 2-track. There's a few sections where it narrows down to single track. Going through that sort of bottom land, there's a little kind of canyon area, but by and large, it's pretty wide open. So there's not a whole lot of conga line situation in the first 7 miles of this race, and people, as we'll see, the lead pack can kind of jockey. There's our drone in the sky with less than a minute to go.
We are getting ready here. This is overhead at Mayer High School.
And again, the start is in 3 waves, so anybody in contention for the win or self-selecting to go somewhere in the 12 hours or less for the 100K is in this first wave, and then there's another wave at 7:30 and a third wave at 8 o'clock.
They'll do a quick lap around the track and then head out to the streets of Mayer, Arizona via a connecting trail.
See Abbey Hall right there. And right on time. They're off, Chris. Here we go. Another year of Black Canyon 100K coverage coming to you from Deep Canyon Ranch outside of Black Canyon City in Arizona. Brought to you by Hoka, our other sponsors, GU. This is one of the World Trail Majors.
One of the things I love about this race, you can see it right now. So you've got the runners going around the track, and then everybody wants to run over across to the other side to catch, a quick shout out or a quick photo. But then they actually, they don't do an entire lap. They do maybe about 50 feet short of that, and then cut off. Just where
you see that tan container is where they're going to veer off and hit the road.
Exactly. And what you used to do is you actually used to run out the front of the high school for the first several years of this race. Now you actually run through the backside of the high school, and there is a short, maybe 200-meter connecting trail that connects the Mayer High School parking lot.
There is that one little bit of single track they're going to hit.
Yeah, and that connects Mayer High School's parking lot to the streets of Mayer.
Here you go. There, go through those Hoka blow-up-y things.
So basically a 400 split of about 115 to start the day.
And that does look like Francesco leading the group out. Here they are. That's the high school there. They wind behind it and then jump on, as Chris mentioned, that small little section of single track. And where they are, they're about 40 miles on the freeway. You go up the 17 freeway, get off at Cordis Lakes. So a lot of these crews are going to jump in their vehicles and probably head down to Bumblebee.
Yeah. So Mayer itself is at about 4,700 feet. So they are at a higher elevation than us right now. As we mentioned, it was probably about 36 degrees at start. Maybe with the sun coming up, it's inched up a couple degrees, but it's going to be a little bit chilly for some runners, but it'll get comfortable for the first few miles, for the first couple hours.
Yeah, I think it's right around 4,000, maybe 4,100 or so at Mayer, but it begins to drop pretty quick. This is the last of this first wave, the 7 o'clock wave. It'll be about a half an hour until the second wave starts.
Also, some of these people in the first wave might be doing the double.
Oh, that's right.
So
talk a little bit about the double.
Yeah, so there are a few crazy wayward
real
souls.
Quick, there's that little single track bit.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, actually, I love this. It's a beautiful shot of the skyline in central Arizona. You can't see it from there, but Arcosanti, Solari architecture is in the background, maybe about 3 miles back. But
love that
which
place.
was the start of
Paolo
the race.
Solari's Arcosanti.
Yeah, Arcosanti was actually the start of the race at one point.
Oh, was it really?
Yes, for 1 year, I believe. Logistically, it wasn't the greatest, but it was super cool. Because I actually stayed at Arcosanti the night before the race, and it was the best pre-race prep because I walked out of my suite 200 feet to the start line. It was wonderful. So these runners are going to head through the streets of Mayer. They're going to take a left turn right to those of you viewing on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. And then they're going to head through the rest of the town of Mayer. Not a huge place, maybe a couple thousand people, but basically a way station off of I-17 on your way to Prescott, Arizona, if you're familiar with the area.
That's a nice shot. Again, as they're winding through, there's a few little uphills, but again, mostly sort of downhill.
Yeah, and you know, having run this race multiple times, the town of Mayer, they wake up to it and they seem like they get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
You know, and they find out what, you know, I'm sure that most of the residents are familiar with it now because it happens every year like clockwork. But you know, look outside and you see, you know, in this case, it's going to be over the course of 2 days, nearly 3,000 runners making your way through town. You know.
And you'll see some folks out with their coffee or walking their dogs.
Oh, absolutely.
It's kind of cool. It's
kids out in the front yard. So those are the Bradshaw Mountains in the background. They're not going to go up into the Bradshaws. They're going to kind of skirt the foothills to the east of the Bradshaws.
And of course, where we're sitting, about 32 miles into the race, we are on the eastern flank of the Bradshaws as well, where that little 250-mile race starts in about 3 months from right where we're sitting. Cocodona 250 starts here. A few of the sections of the Black Canyon Trail that these runners are going to traverse are also part of the Cocodona course.
Shout out to Rochelle Bilo in the chat. Aren't you running today? Shouldn't you be getting your race together? Yeah, they're gonna. It is a little bit hilly through town, but you know, they're gonna take a right turn up here. Yeah, I do remember this house on the corner as one where the owners did sit out regularly in the years I ran this 100K and spectated. So I don't know if they're out there this morning, but
you can see the transition to dirt. It's still road, but you can see the transition to dirt that the lead pack is about to hit.
There's a cattle guard there, so the runners will have to mind their steps if they're. I know they're moving fast, but yeah, they're coming up in that cattle guard, and then they'll be on dirt road for about just under 2 miles, I would say, and then they'll take a left turn onto the Black Canyon Trail, and they'll be on I'd call it double track. It basically looks like an old Jeep road at this point for maybe the first couple miles, and then by the time they hit Antelope Mesa, the true single track begins.
Yeah, I mean, I'd call it double track, 1.5 track. I don't know. It's wide enough that if they're jockeying for position, they can jockey for position. It's narrower than the road they're on right now.
All right, we've got some we've got some intel at the start. We want to. Is that Luke J that we're going to?
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Luke J. I'm here with
Eric Jenkins.
We'll be bringing you guys commentary from the field all day today. We're at the start, and we just saw. You're no stranger to track.
No stranger to the track. It's great because it's a dirt track, so it's a great in between.
Yeah, proper for a trail race that starts on a track for the track to be dirt.
100%.
Yeah. We were speculating before the race, like, what's a proper warm up? Eric was like, how do you warm up for a 100K trail race? And it's interesting because some people just stayed in their down jacket, and some people were doing strides. So it's a little bit of everything. Eli told us no point in warming up, and that his coach Tabor told him don't be in the front.
He had specific instructions not to lead at the beginning. I said it should be easy to do. He goes, you'd think,
yeah,
but we'll see if he's able. He said he didn't know if he'd be able to do it.
Yeah. And then I was talking to the Hyperlight guys, and they said that Hans was still trying to get his GPS track loaded on his watch this morning. So that was kind of funny. But I think maybe he's not as stressed about it. You know, he's already got that golden ticket, or he's already got a spot in Western, so he's not gunning for the golden ticket. So, you know, sometimes you can have a great race if you don't have that stress. But, yeah, I mean, they took it out fast, as always, this race. Everybody goes out, you know, 5-minute miles right off the bat on the track.
Canyon had a little bit of a gap in that first 250 meters because he was really warmed up.
I felt like I was at my son's high school meet because we were rocking the boat, right? Isn't that what you call it?
When we go back and forth.
Yeah, so everybody's here and everybody ran across. So yeah, I felt like I was at a high school track meet, which was fun.
But great, like really great energy down here at the start line. A bit, everybody's, you know, it's kind of more laid back than I'm used to for track races. Everyone's kind of like talking. It's not as stressful as a lot of the start lines I've been to.
Yeah, we were chatting before because this is your first big trail race you've ever been to, right?
This is my first trail race, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe talk a little bit about like the difference of the energy, and we talked about the warm up already, but like, yeah, what's the vibe check?
Well, everyone's a bit more laid back at the start line compared to a track race.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and it almost feels there's sort of cross country ish vibes, but I don't know if it's just because, you know, the outside start at a high school.
Yeah.
But it's super fun. It's a bit chilly out here.
Yeah.
Which is gonna blend nicely to the start, and people are gonna you see people out running quick already, but really fun, really good energy, and I'm super excited for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be a heater of a race, pace wise. I think temp is great. I mean, it's cold here. I think it was 35 when we looked at the temp a little bit ago, so it's chilly, but perfect conditions, I think, to run fast. Good chance we see some course records today, I think, with as deep as the fields are. I feel like every trail race we've covered, it's like deepest, strongest field. And so I feel like we're getting tired of saying that because as trail running continues to become more competitive, it's like we can stop saying that at every race, that it's the deepest, most stacked field.
Yeah, it's just a status quo now.
Yeah. But I think, too, it looks like a high 60 degrees today. A little bit of moisture yesterday. So I think, like, trail conditions are going to be prime. So,
yeah.
Does it make you want to go run 100K?
We'll check in at the different checkpoints and aid stations, and we'll see how they're looking at those. During the course preview yesterday on the Shakeout show, the whole time I thought, there's no way. There's no way. Certainly wouldn't jump into the 100K.
Just wait till you're like at, you know, the finish line or at mile 30 or 50, and you'll be like, yeah, I think I want to do this.
Okay, we'll check back in.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. That is Luke J and Eric Jenkins. Luke J, a regular to Mountain Outpost, and Eric Jenkins crossing over from the track and field side of the sport. And welcome, Eric. Can't wait to hang out with him here in the studio and see him down the course as well.
Yeah, and really nice to hear. Great sound coming in from our field reporters, which is always fun. So we'll be checking back in with them throughout the day, and we've got, of course, a crack team out there on the ground.
looks like a lead pack of about 15 runners. We keep the drones fairly back from the runners simply to give them their space. The drones do emit some noise, and that's not everybody's cup of tea. So I love it. If I see a drone out, when I'm running, I get excited and I'll play to it totally. But like at the 50K last year, I felt like the drone was following me for a little while.
Yeah, I had a situation at Cocodona, and it was a little deep into the race, so I wasn't altogether there, and I was like, what is that noise? And it came down pretty close. I think it recognized my shirt or something.
It's a little bit of buzzing, yeah. I mean, and so we kind of keep the drones off a little bit to give the runners their space. We will have follow cams on the ground at the aid stations and in some of the key crux moments of the course as well. So, of course, AJW and I will be taking you through this for the first couple hours, and then I believe it'll be Leah Yingling and Skylar Hall, a couple of Mountain Outpost trail running coverage legends, taking things over at that point.
Yep, and then we'll roll back later in the afternoon and take you into the evening hours. So.
Absolutely. Of course, as we mentioned, the name of the game in this course is speed. And as you can see right now, they're on dirt road. The first 13 or so miles of this course don't get much more technical than dirt road.
Right.
After Hidden Treasure, it gets a little bit chunky, a little bit rocky, but it's flat. There's no big climbs on this course for the first 21 miles. The first climb of any consequence they're going to encounter is the climb out of Bumblebee to the high ridge that gives the runners the path to Gloriana.
Yeah,
Mine.
that's not a fun climb.
It can be rough,
because you've spent so much time not climbing, you're sort of like, hey, what's going on? Who put this climb here? But also I will say the section from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee too, it's on the eastern flank of the Bradshaws. And again, it's flat, but it does sort of kind of annoyingly twist and turn in and out of little washes and so forth. Kind of classic Arizona desert landscape. So it can be, in the context of the race, you remember last year, Will Murray, who surprised everybody, was able to just sort of keep in touch with, Seth Ruling and the other front folks. Oh, there's a good shot where the drone's coming in a little bit closer through that section and kind of keep contact. And again, thank you, Sean G., for that $30 donation. The race purse, believe it or not, is already up over $7,000.
And that is separate from the 50K purse for tomorrow as well. So
Indeed. A wonderful way to crowdsource some prize money for some of these athletes.
So I believe this is the point where the runners are going to dogleg to the left a little bit. You can see it kind of wind.
Yeah.
And they are actually on the Black Canyon Trail at this point, but as we mentioned, as you can see, it is still kind of a double wide situation. It is not just single wide just yet. And the first aid station, Antelope Mesa, mile 6.8, mile 7. I mean, those runners are going to be hitting this in, I believe, like 42, 43 minutes. It's going to be crazy.
Oh, we got some good intel from our good friend Aaron Barber on the water crossing between Deep Canyon Ranch and Black Canyon. He said it's pretty muddy and overgrown, maybe 100 to 200 yards of rough overgrown trail and some log hopping. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, a race director of many of the Aravaipa races through the year. Thanks, Aaron, for the intel. This is great. Look at this. Yeah, it looks like about 15.
Yeah, it's going to be a very gentle incline, and then they'll head down. There is a single track stretch that goes through in between a couple of hills here coming up. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's a very gentle section, though. The point to Antelope Mesa is a perfect warm up for this kind of race. It doesn't start you out with some monstrous climb. It doesn't start you out on a single track jockey for position. This race gives you the opportunity to ease into your day and find your spot. we can see somebody making a quick shot at being the first one through that gate.
Oh, that's
opening
hey, close it.
Opening the floodgates, quite
Close
literally.
that gate, please. That was funny. Oh my goodness, Joe S. $250 donation to the prize first. Thank you so much, Joe. There's the sun rising, the rising sun hitting the Bradshaws in the top of your screen there. Bradshaw Mountains form an incredible north to south range in central Arizona.
Of course, that $250 donation is matched by Aravaipa Running, which will basically, in effect, make it a $500 donation to the prize purse. Somebody was asking why the gate was closed. This is easement onto private land, technically, in some cases. Like these are cattle pastures. Actually, last year when I ran the 50K, there were cows on course in the first 7 miles, and I was nervous. I took a wide berth at one point. I mean, I was near the back of the pack, so I was taking my time. But yeah, there are times where you can encounter livestock on this course. I have a friend, a local runner here, Vasil Semartinian, who has run this race and done it fairly well, sub 10 hours. And he was charged by a bull, and he spent some.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he went to the hospital and had to spent the better part of a year recovering. I mean, he was able to come back, and I know he podiumed at the Haviland 100K as well. But yeah, I mean, this is open pasture here, so that's why there are gates.
This section of Arizona, basically between Prescott and sort of the foothills outside of Phoenix, there's gates and livestock land everywhere, and it's checkerboarded with public and private land. BLM land, Forest Service land, and, of course, private ranch land.
And there's a very good relationship, for the most part, in Arizona between ranchers and trail stewards and users. So it's one thing we are very fortunate to have. There's a lot of amazing trails that crisscross the state of Arizona, and the Black Canyon Trail is an example of one of them. Of course, this race has been in existence since 2014, when under 100 finishers were a part of it.
How far it's come in a relatively short time when you think about it.
Is that Shea Aquilano right there?
Shea Aquilano in the orange hat, we think. Looks like it. Aaron Barber, there you go. Thank you again for the intel. 10 to 20 gates on the course, he estimates. Sounds about right from my experience on the course.
I think that the next gate they'll encounter is right after Antelope Mesa. There's right before you really start the fun downhill. There's
that's right.
There's one more gate that they have to hit, but later on there will be several gates. And for those who aren't going to be done in 7, 8, 9 hours, you get up to these gates at night, and those of us who do run the race in that 15, 16, 17-hour period, we will be closing the gates behind us.
Right. Indeed. You can see it. So that bit there on the top of your screen, you do descend down into that, where you can see it does become a little bit more single-tracky.
Yeah, so this is that single track I talked about. It's going to move to the left around the hill in the foreground, and then it's going to dogleg right to the under that hill in the background, and go around that to the right, turning west a little bit.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can you get down into that river valley.
Yeah.
And then if you notice in the top left of your screen, you see on the Black Canyon ULTRAS logo that that windmill. That windmill's in about 3 miles from where they are?
Yeah, and the windmill apparently is in disrepair.
Right. There's actually not a there's the sort of remnants of the tower is there, but the
Yeah.
windmill part isn't.
And there have been people who have been out on the course training who have actually asked, like, "Hey, can we get this thing fixed?" Because runners will, like, in the mid pack and the backpack, will stop and take pictures with that windmill.
Mm-hmm.
It is an iconic signature of the race. The early belt buckles, of which I am lucky to have.
Oh, nice.
I actually has the windmill on as the centerpiece of the buckle.
I just noticed a $100 donation from a Heather J. I wonder if that is our friend Heather Jackson. Look at that. That's a great, great shot as the lead pack is stretched out just a little bit and descending into this little creek bottom here. Great shot. We're about 23 minutes into the 2026 Black Canyon 100K, brought to you by Hoka, Mountain Outpost. Beautiful rising sun in this morning.
We're just a few minutes away from the start of the second wave.
Second wave
of 3. And by the time the second wave starts, the runners will be approaching Antelope Mesa, which is just wild to me. I mean, it used to be that, 45 to 50 minutes was the expectation to hit Antelope Mesa at mile 7, because runners would take it out nice and easy because of the nature of this course. It's very heavily backloaded in terms of difficulty. And nowadays, just the nature of the sport and the acceleration, both literal and figurative, of the athletes, it is, it's pushing, 35 minutes out there. It's 40 minutes. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We already talked about Bumblebee. Bumblebee Ranch is like 19.9 miles in, and the expectation is that we could be seeing runners at the 2-hour 2:05 mark. 20 miles into
that would be amazing.
A golden ticket race. Yeah.
I myself these days, I'm more of a 4-hour guy, maybe even 5.
Oh yeah, I mean, tomorrow when I'm doing the 50K, my hope is to get there in 5 hours and finish in 8. I'll be thrilled. I'll be happy. I mean, I've never been that level of runner. I just love getting out here. As you can see, the beauty of the Black Canyon Trail, and the people that I run with out there tend to be taking photos and really soaking it all in. There gets to be a little bit of jockeying and scuttle between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure, miles 7 to 13, because it is the fastest and many runners would say the most fun portion of the course.
Yeah.
But
you once described the trail, and it was a wonderful way of describing it, as smooth and runnable as a baseline in baseball.
Yeah,
and it's really true. It almost seems like someone went out there and manicured it.
It juts in and out of the canyon, and one of the cool features of it is because it does kind of follow the side of the canyon wall at the very top of the Black Canyon. There are points where you could literally throw a baseball to somebody and they could catch it, and they might be a quarter mile ahead of you because of the nature of the in and out nature of the trail.
Yeah, and you do, in that case, you really are able to really, if the field is at all stretched out, you can see, a good 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile in front of you. This is the shot here. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of wave 2. So runners that might be projected to finish somewhere between 11 and a half, and 14 hours would start in this wave, maybe even 15 hours.
We mentioned earlier we got sidetracked with how fast everybody was going, but talking about the wave 1 normally being reserved for the elites, and it is self-selected and those who expect to finish the race quickly. There is a second qualification for runners to be in the first wave, as we see this beautiful shot of Mayer High School. And that is those runners who are brave, Venturing Souls doing the double.
Oh, that's right. Talk about the double.
Yeah, the double, of course, is exactly what it says it is. It's doing the 100K today and the 50K tomorrow. Previously, it was 100K and 60K when the finish line was at the Black Canyon Event Center, a little bit down from where we're sitting today. But now that Deep Canyon Ranch is established as the halfway point of the course and made it a standardized 50K, runners can participate in both of those. So, and there's a handful each year that do it. You know, it's those people who want to do all of the things. So,
but if you think about it, it's kind of fascinating. You could, let's say you're, you know, you're a 16, 17 hour 100K runner, which a lot of people are, let's face it. You know, you might finish at 11 o'clock or midnight and have to be kind of rallied to start your 50K, you know, 7 hours later.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, you know, and things can happen. I mean, 2 years ago when the race start was delayed by 2 hours due to snow, those runners, there were runners who were finishing at 3 in the morning at Emory Henderson, and it was basically in some cases like 1 or 2 runners being shuttled by Aravaipa employees up to the start so they could start the 50K.
Yeah,
like they were getting maybe like a 45-minute nap. Like
that was wild that year because they really it was almost like literally like one event.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, I see a little chat in the chat about the golden ticket. Black Canyon is a golden ticket race. The top 3 men and top 3 women get spots in the Western States, get offered spots in the Western States 100. Question about it, whether it's the flattest golden ticket race. Not necessarily. I mean, as I think most people know, there are 100K races and 100-mile races. I guess I would argue that in terms of flatness, Javelina, which is not necessarily flat, it's got about 6,800 feet over 100 miles, would be the quote-unquote flattest of the golden ticket races. The 100K Tarawera, which went off yesterday in New Zealand, and of course Black Canyon today, and Canyons 100K, as well as the CCC 100K. Both CCC and Canyons are quite a bit more hilly than Black Canyon and Tarawera.
We're about 25 seconds from the start here. I think that our clock up there is maybe a second or two behind the real world timing at the start line.
So here they go, the second wave.
Start your watches. Wave 2. The Black Canyon Ultras Wave 2 of the 100K, presented by Hoka, is now underway. Runners will be doing the same thing, making their way around the track. As you can see, a handful of runners or spectators making their way across the track. And these runners will have the self-same 20-hour cutoff to finish this race as well. Their times will be adjusted accordingly.
17 hours. So they need to, for the Western States qualifier, they'll need to finish by 12:30.
That's correct.
This cool little shot as the sun has now hit the course.
Yeah, in order to avoid needing a headlamp, I think you probably have to run this race in about... It gets dark about 6:15.
Yeah, I want to say 6:15,
6:30. So
6:30 this time of year. So you do need to do an
11
hour. Yeah.
Yeah, 11 and a half hour if you're in wave 1, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, having been out to Table Mesa for those mid packers, it gets kind of dark and lonely. I mean, all
Oh
the
yeah.
crews are bundled up and out there, but it's it's a little mash unit out there come late night.
Yeah, in 2021. So, of course, this race took place in February of 2020, so it didn't have to encounter a lot of the difficulties other races did that year. But 2021, we were still coming out of things, and Table Mesa was the first location where runners could see their crews due to restrictions in Yavapai County. So, Mayor, all the way down to just north of. Or just south of Black Canyon City is in Yavapai County, rather, and so the normal large aid station, which at the what time was at the 60K mark at Black Canyon City, and it would have been the same here at Deep Canyon, but you couldn't crew your runners. You couldn't crew or pace until mile 50, and that turned Table Mesa into the ultimate party zone. First of all,
I bet.
First of all, it was one of those situations where everybody just wanted to be around other people
Right.
due to what we had all been going through. And number two, the fact that 1,000 runners, this is the first time that they're able to actually interact with their crew and pacers at Table Mesa. And so Table Mesa, ever since then, has still maintained its high energy vibe because, prior to that, it was more of a an all business kind of situation. It's like, okay, you're getting yourself ready for that last few miles. If you need to, fill things up, you don't necessarily want to have to stop at the last aid station at mile 57 if you don't have to. But yeah, Table Mesa has now become one of the big spots on the course. Whereas previously it was a little bit more low key.
It is also a very popular place for sort of locals to go out and ATV ride and camp. And so there's, like in many of these more remote races, there's a little bit of the blending of the endurance community and the, let's just say, other outdoor community. It's a lot of fun in that way.
Yeah. A lot of people out on the Black Canyon Trail area, a lot of people camping and, other recreational activities.
Comments in the chat about folks running without packs. You can definitely run Black Canyon without a pack if you have a couple of handhelds or just a small waist pack. Aid stations are pretty close together. The course is pretty fast. It's not no mandatory gear or anything like that. You can run this race without a pack at all, or certainly without any sort of big pack.
Yeah, the only place where it might be a bit of a situation, I would say, would be Black Canyon City to Cottonwood, which is about a 9-mile stretch, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of climbing. It's the most technical and most difficult section of the course. But I would only worry about it in a hot year.
Yeah.
In a hot year, it would be cause for concern.
I mean, depending on how heavy a sweater you are and, whether you're heat acclimated, but I think most people, if they are heat acclimated, could do it with, a liter of water at a time, which you wouldn't necessarily need a pack for. But, but a lot of people like the pack. A lot of people like to have their, their various stuff and whatever. But
I just like my hands free.
Yeah, but it's not unusual for folks to run a race like this without a pack.
With regards to spectating, I want to give this note out there. So somebody was asking about spectating tomorrow at the finish line. Of course, the finish line tomorrow is here at Deep Canyon Ranch at the north end of Black Canyon City. Wow. We're going to be going to the field here in just a moment, and as soon as we have that, awesome. And we'll talk about the spectating aspect in just a moment, but we have our lead pack hitting Antelope Mesa about mile 7, and as we mentioned, about
in
35
minutes.
Yep. It's as you saw our last shot of the lead pack being on single track, it has widened out a little bit, and it will widen, then immediately flip back to narrow single track after Antelope Mesa. One of the things that I get a kick out of with Antelope Mesa is the fact that the aid station is probably the least utilized, least loved aid station on the course for the first wave of runners at that race.
So that right screen is the lead pack. left screen as the Wave 2 starters heading out.
And as soon as we have those splits from Antelope Mesa, we will be sharing those with you to provide intel on who is leading this first 2026 U.S. Golden Ticket race. Of course, those golden tickets will be handed out by the one-of-a-kind Craig Thornley. I ran into Craig yesterday, the race director of Western States. Getting around, he went out on the trail a little bit yesterday, recovering from a bit of a knee situation, but happy to see him out there. He's super excited to be out here. He might join us a little bit later on.
Oh, that'd be great.
So,
is he going to make it down to Deep Canyon? I know he likes filling bottles at Bumblebee, where his brother is often that. But Craig he was disappointed he wasn't able to make it out to Javelina this year. He usually comes to Javelina to hand out the golden tickets, but due to his surgery, he stayed closer to home. So great to have Craig back out here, and it's always a treat to have him hand out those golden tickets. A funny story about last year, Will Murray was one of the recipients of a golden ticket,
That's right.
and he had no idea who he was. And when Craig walked up to him,
neither did we.
Neither
did we.
Exactly, neither did we. When Craig walked up to him, and he's like, "Excuse me, I'm sorry about this, but I have no idea who you are." Everybody knows who Will Murray is now.
That is correct. As the runners, they're about 300 meters out probably from the Antelope Mesa aid.
You're right. This is a
tag.
good shot there.
Basically, it's a diagonal road crossing as they get to, maybe they're a little bit further out. I guess there's kind of like
they might be a bit.
I
did notice Matt Feldick was out at Antelope. He commented on the chat that it was windy out there a couple of minutes ago.
It is one of the more exposed points of the course. I mean, you're kind of on a ridge that overlooks the valley below, and but then you actually head into the canyon from there. The very beginnings of the Black Canyon. So,
let the record show that now the sunshine has just hit our booth. Thank God, this thin-blooded Arizonan here to Chris's right is looking forward to a little sunshine.
Thanks to everybody joining us here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel for the Black Canyon Ultras broadcast presented by Hoka.
Now we're back down on the ground with one of our ground cams. We might be able to get an eyeball on this lead pack. If anybody wants to help us out, too, in the chat with recognition. It seems like, Chris, it looks like almost everybody's decided to wear white today.
Was just thinking that. I usually am pretty good about scribbling kits, but I didn't get a chance to at the start line today.
And everybody's just decided to wear their white today.
Is that Jordan Bramblett?
Jordan
Bramblett, my dark horse.
Arizonan.
Jordan Bramblett finished in around 25th or so last year, but was in the top 5 here at Deep Canyon Ranch at the halfway point. So, in a stacked field, I was a little bit curious, but Jordan Bramblett calling his shot.
Yeah, the wheels came off a bit for Jordan last year, but that happens. But he's got another year under his belt. He lives north of Prescott. Races locally quite a bit in the Desert Race Series. And
cross-country coach at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
There's a good shot. So, yeah, there are still a little ways out from the aid station. You probably can see it up there just above the logo.
Jordan Bramblett with the True Heart Brown approach. Shout out to those who know True Heart Brown won this race a few years ago, leading out from the front, talking about somebody that a lot of people weren't familiar with. Basically ran out like way in front of everybody and maintained a lead. I believe Scott Traer was the runner-up that year. And True Heart Brown was unable to run Western States that year. He had to forfeit his golden ticket due to his duties as a wilderness firefighter. Is that our lead women?
That True Heart Brown year was an incredible year. True Heart's still running. I'd still love to see him come back. I'd still love to see him finally get that spot in Western States at some time. But
Yeah,
that was lightning in a bottle for him that day for sure.
absolutely. Ran stagecoach just recently, I believe sub 17 hour.
So, yep, that is Jordan Bramlett just taking a 20-meter lead. The pack seems content to let him go, at least for now.
We'll be getting splits here shortly as they cross the timing mat here at Antelope Mesa. It's a bold decision by Jordan here.
Sure is. There's Abby Hall. Recognize that gait. Abby Hall lives in Flagstaff, Western States champion from 2025. Taking a look for some other women here. Jennifer Lichter, Riley Brady.
Riley Brady,
Yep.
yeah. Of course, Riley Brady blew the doors off this race last year.
Oh, they definitely did.
Winning the women's field by over, I want to say about 20 minutes. Over Tara Dower.
Yeah.
Who also was 20 minutes ahead of anybody's previous best here.
Riley, they love running in Arizona. I mean, both Javelina and Black Canyon have been Riley's.
I believe Riley now has a first, a second, and a third at Javelina, and a first and a second here.
Yeah.
So basically, I know they would not be satisfied with the third place here, but it would be a unique historical note to come away with podium, like all three podium spots.
It would be. Yeah.
Along the way here.
Yeah, Dylan Miller found. Thank you. Yeah, Ann Flower was tucked in right behind Abby. I thought so. I just didn't entirely recognize. So as far as we could tell, and we'll get more detail, but it looked like Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Jennifer Lichter, Riley Brady, at least those that we had eyeballs on. What you're seeing here is Jordan Bramlett just taking a flyer. It's so early. It's barely to mile 7, but here he is.
And it doesn't always work. I mean, we saw that last year with the women's race. Mary Denholm going out ahead of the field by a sizable margin. It's a bold decision, but we've got several hours and over 55 miles to see whether or not it works.
Indeed. There's what's now, I guess we'd call them the chase pack.
Yeah, it's not normally established this quickly.
No.
One of the interesting things about this race's dynamics is that pack stays tight-knit through Bumblebee in most years. I mean, it's usually 15, 20 deep. I've been out on coverage at Antelope Mesa on race morning, and I'm scribbling as fast as I can to, try and track everybody. So for things to separate out as quickly as they have, obviously in the case of a single runner, it's quite unusual. But this is Jordan Bramblett's training ground.
Oh my goodness! Yes,
he has logged a lot of miles on the Black Canyon Trail if you follow him on Strava.
Yeah, I would say probably of everybody in the field, he's probably logged the most miles on this course.
Yeah, since this race last year, I would be extremely confident in saying that.
And as we mentioned, we should get a timing mat split at Antelope.
Yeah, talking about the depth of this field here, I mean, a couple names we haven't even really talked about that, shout out in the chat, Blake Slatengren, Adam Mary. You're talking about guys who've won golden tickets like in the past 24, 36 months that are considered dark horses in this race. It's an amazing field. It truly is. Yeah, this is very unusual. Very unusual to see somebody be so bold as to take out the lead right away like this.
So there's Jordan. So the screen on the left is, I think, probably right from Antelope, Chris. Yep, there it is, entering the aid station. So right about 46:30 or so. That's 7 miles. You can do the math.
Yeah. I maybe Jordan listened to the pre-show and heard me picking for a golden ticket. I am gonna feel real smart if I called that one.
So it looks like timing match just before there. They jog onto the road real quick and then bend on, and now it's pure
there
pure single.
Oh
track.
yeah, I mean.
On the left is a close-up of the runners coming into Antelope Mesa. On the right is the drone coverage now of Jordan Bramblett in the lead coming down off the aid station ridge onto the single track. What he has now is about 3-4 miles of gently rolling down. Sometimes it's a little bit steep, but gently rolling down single track. You'll see a big hairpin turn here.
And then it'll actually hairpin back the other direction too.
Yep, down in there. Stuff. We will probably see some of the lead women runners in a few minutes on that screen on the left. There's Sage Canaday in the striped shirt and the sunglasses.
Former course record holder.
Mm-hmm. Running well.
Saw Matt Sidel just before him as well.
Sage celebrated his 40th birthday a few months ago. Keep an eye on
Elliot
that.
Cardan.
Keep an eye on that screen on the left. I think I see Abby Hall. So right screen is the drone coverage of the drone camera shot of the chase pack on the men's side. Close up on the left. David Roche, thanks for joining us in the chat, commenting on how fast it looks like they're going to end up being the Bumblebee.
Jordan Bramblett's time splitting at Antelope Mesa, 30 minutes flat. That can't be right.
No. 46.
Yeah, that can't be right.
I mean, it was sub 7-minute pace, but I think.
Yeah.
There's Francesco Pupi. Right behind the guy with the Dr. Pepper singlet. Dr. Pepper guy is getting some screen time.
That's, you know what? As we mentioned before on Mountain Outpost, you want to get screen time and you want to get recognized. Is that Abby right there?
There's Abby Hall. Good eyes. Yep. First place woman as far as we can tell. Again, this is fast and furious at this time in the race, so bear with us, but that's Abby Hall.
You want the recognition, wear a loud kit.
Yeah.
And be fast.
Ann Flower in that white Hoka. There's Ann Flower right there. There's Jennifer Lichter. So we're thinking for second, third. That looks like Tara Dower.
Tara Dower behind her.
Behind Jennifer Lichter. Yep, there's Tara. So we're thinking that's fourth, and there's Riley Brady.
I think there might have been somebody who snuck in behind Ann Flower in the women's race.
Could have been Molly Sidel. Again, they're coming through fast and furious. We'll get a little bit more accurate splits from the timing mat. Molly Sidel looks like. And there is Shea Aquilano.
Of course, we mentioned Shea running this for the 7th time, even though she's only like 26 years old.
I know, just incredible.
Looks like the 1, 2, 3 through Black Canyon or through Antelope Mesa on the men's side was Jordan Bramblett, Hans Troyer, and Andrew Simpson.
Okay.
Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Molly Sidel. That's who it was. It was
It
Molly
was
Sidel
Molly
who
Sidel.
snuck in. I thought
Okay.
somebody was behind Ann, and it was indeed Molly.
So you had Ann Flower, Molly Sidel, then Jennifer Lichter, then Tara Dower, then Riley Brady. Again, within
Yeah, of course,
30 seconds of one another.
This is the first time Molly is running anything beyond a 50K. We spoke with her during our preview show yesterday. She was gracious enough to join us at Chileen's on 17 for the Hoka Shakeout show. One of the things that Molly said that was really interesting, and it actually kind of gave me pause as to picking her. I still picked her, but was the fact that she learned a lot about electrolytes and fueling at Bandera. And she said that her approach was completely all over the place. And of course, you happen to know her coach, Craig Pittman, pretty well. So apparently he had to rein her in and teach her the importance of electrolytes and fueling for races, because, you know, there are things that she's going to learn today, you know, beyond 50K that are going to, you know, not come naturally. Like, for instance, she talked about, you know, not having to, you know, stop at aid stations. Like, she's never had to stop at an aid station prior to her trail running career. It's always been just blowing through them or grabbing something as she, you know, like I joked with her, you know, this is the first time you're going to fill your own bottles.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, her coach Cliffy's staying at our house this week, and you know, Cliff's a good friend of mine. You know, full disclosure, the head of coaching at CTS, the company where I work, and he did talk about Molly and the transition that she's had to go through. And yes, the electrolytes and nutrition from Bandera. Also, I guess on your Shakeout show, you guys asked her about her crew and pacers, and she was like, "What?"
Well, there's more. It's more than that, AJW. Somebody asked her something to, like, you know, kind of along the lines of, "What's on your playlist?" And she's like, "Playlist? You can't wear headphones."
Yeah, right.
Like,
that's what it was. Yeah. What are you listening to for music? She's like, "What?"
This is a
listen to
whole
music?
new learning experience for somebody. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you're talking about an Olympian, a bronze medalist
Yeah.
at the Olympics in the marathon, you know, kind of learning the same but quite different sport on the fly. Thank you. And we're going to go right to the field right now as we see these runners through the initial parts of the Black Canyon proper. And we're going to go to the one, the only Brett Hornig. Brett, good morning.
Chris and AJW, good morning from Antelope, Mesa. It has been absolute fireworks this morning, and kind of as you guys had predicted, everybody is a little bit faster than last year. Men's leaders, we had Jordan Bramlett was the lone flyer off the front, about 20 seconds in front of the main men's peloton, we'll call it, and they went through roughly a minute faster than the leaders last year. I think they were about 46 minutes, and last year was 47. And then we had Abby Hall on the women's side leading Ann Flower, and tucked in, I don't know if you guys saw it, we got Corinne Chalvoy coming in right now. Tucked in right behind Ann Flower, like, I'm going to call it drafting, was Molly Sidel, who was kind of covertly wearing mostly gray, but bright neon orange shoes. So that'll be kind of the identification piece to be looking out for. But they were all under the last year's split as well. And then another split that I had written down was 53 minutes to this spot was where F10 came through, and we had about 20 women through at 53 minutes up here.
Wow.
The other big mental note that I've had was Francesco Pupi came through in about 49 minutes, but he was very bloody. He took a big fall at some point between the start and now. His knees were bloody. His shoulder was bloody. He was not moving his left arm. He did not look very happy. Definitely a developing storyline to pay attention to as the next live stream or the next on-course team makes their way down to Hidden Treasure. But for the most part, you know, all the big names, all the major players, they were right where they needed to be through Antelope Mesa. As you said, this is kind of the aid station that gets skipped by most of this front field as they start to embark on this amazing 13-mile roller coaster down to the next spot. But we are going to jet off here in just a minute because we're going to make our way to Bumblebee because they're moving really fast and we got to get there in less than an hour now.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep cooking down the course just as these runners are, Brett. Thank you so much for that development. We're going to be following Francesco's story very closely. And one last question for you. Are you going to be flipping the drip here as we go down the course? You had some great looks down there in the course last year. That that Hoka hoodie last year was that whole suit was perfect.
At the moment, we are just fully blacked out right now. I'm trying to absorb as much heat as possible. It is chilly. It is windy up here. Fortunately for most of these runs, most of this time, they're going to have a tailwind. So that's going to be helpful. But yeah, I'm just trying to get my solar panel on and warm up a little bit.
All right. Thanks, Brett.
All right, Brett, we'll see you at Bumblebee.
All right. See ya. Thanks.
Brett Hornig, an amazing contributor to Mountain Outpost broadcasts. Also a pretty stout runner in his own right. Going to be doing the 50K tomorrow. Definitely the insider leader on the Fast Media Guy division. I think he is the Fast Media Guy division tomorrow.
I think he is the Fast Media Guy division. But, man, interesting intel there on Francesco. Poopy took a fall. It's always interesting to see how people, in the, 20, 30 minutes after a fall as sort of the impact of the fall sets in, what kind of effect it has on him.
Yeah, and to say like both knees and shoulder, that seems, I'm trying to think of what he could have hit in that first 7 miles. The most treacherous part would be the cattle grates. I don't know.
Yeah, there's not that much, but you never know.
Yeah, all it takes is one misstep, and you can find yourself wearing a lot of the trail out here in Arizona. So
again, the drone here is flying back now up the course. So that's Antelope Mesa Aid Station, mile 7.
As we mentioned, as Brett mentioned, the first 20 or so women through that aid station timing mat in 53 minutes, whereas previously that was a top 10 benchmark. So,
and then Brett did confirm that Molly Sidel was tucked in, right behind Abby Hall.
Yeah.
And Ann Flower.
Couldn't quite see her there.
Yeah.
We have Abby, Ann, Molly, Jennifer Lichter, Tara Dower, Riley Brady, Shea Aquilano, Tabor Hemming, Jade Bellsberg, and Jenna Bensko rounding out your top 10 on the women's race.
Thank you to all the contributors. A race purse, we've now exceeded $10,000 less than an hour into the coverage. Wonderful. Appreciate all those contributions to the race purse. If I'm seeing that correctly, it looks like this chase pack has stretched out a bit on this first little bit of single track.
Yeah, it kind of has to at this point because they're moving so quickly. The downhill is just, it's wonderful to run. It really is. But when there's a pack, from experience, if you're bothered by, people like on your heels, this is not the section for you because there are people who are going to want to take it faster than you. There always are. And, and that's a dynamic that continues from the front to the back. You run in packs of 10 or 12 on this section. It's just how things tend to filter through.
It is a really fun training run, though, by the way, to drive out to Hidden Treasure and then do this as kind of an out and back because the trail's so nice. It's just a wonderful place to run.
That's one of my favorite actual trail training runs is to start at the Hidden Treasure aid station and do an out and back to Antelope Mesa. I know that for the Black Canyon training runs, they actually follow the exact course. And so you start at Mayer and you run down to Bumblebee, but I want a little bit of vert on my runs.
Yeah.
And so that's how you get it is by going backwards on this course. In 2017, which was the hell on earth weather year,
I remember that year.
The 2017 year where your choices were running in 6 inches of water or 3 inches of mud, we actually ran a full out and back. And the 50K mark, which was not here at Deep Canyon Ranch, it was actually just up the hill here, but you had to run this backwards, and it was a grind heading back up to Mayer at that point. it was a crazy year. They actually, due to flooding in the canyon, we were given the option of a legal drop down. At Bumblebee, they told us we could turn around, and if we so chose, we would get credit for a 60K finish. With that being my first attempt at a Western States lottery ticket level race, I had a friend working the aid station, and I said, "What do you think I should do?" And he said, "How do you feel?" I said, "Fine." And he said, "Well, I'm going to bleep it out," but he said, "Then just keep going." So, we've encountered all sorts of conditions at the Black Canyon Ultras, and this is as close to ideal as I can remember.
Yeah, and those, by the way, that year, these February rains are no joke.
No.
I mean, it's a cold, it's not a little desert drizzle when we get those February rains. Fortunately, we're a far cry from that today.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful morning. The sun is fully out now here at Deep Canyon. We got some more footage of runners coming into Antelope Mesa.
This would be the back of Wave 1 coming through now. Basically, they're going at probably about an 8.5, 9-minute pace here at this point.
Great view, too, of the Bradshaws in the background. You can see what a stunning range that is. More runners coming through. Unfortunately, the bucket hat trend is still alive and well, much to my chagrin.
Hoka had some wonderful orange bucket hats at the expo yesterday.
I'm very much looking forward to the bucket hat going out of style. Hopefully that will happen soon.
Some other runner updates on those who went through the Antelope Mesa aid station. As we mentioned, Francesco Pupi in 16th in the men's race. We saw Adam Mary 30th place in the men's race. Devin Sharps 37th place in the men's race. Air Viper Racing Team. Zach Bevan 41st.
Jeff Burns, a longtime speedy guy.
Becca Bramley
came in just behind Francesco Pupi.
Becca Bramley 17th in the women's race. Corinne Shalvoy and Nicole Hansen, 23rd and 24th in the women's race. Madison Leichty, I saw some love for her, 25th in the women's race.
You know what? Am I missing Anthony Costales?
Yeah,
I am.
We will have to check on that.
We'll have to check on that. I would have expected to see him in this
Anthony
mix.
Costales, Blake Slatengren.
If anybody knows any more intel in the chat on Anthony Costales, I'm just making one more quick scan here.
We'll check on timing to make sure that we.
There's Nicole Hansen. I think you might have mentioned her already. Another local, just behind Corinne Shalvoy, or actually with Corinne Shalvoy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Aerovipa Live, if you're interested, Aerovipa Live does a wonderful job with the timing here.
The next aid station that these runners are going to hit is Hidden Treasure Mine. That is at about mile 13, staffed ably for many years by the Arizona Trail Leggers.
That's right.
You can call them the AZ Trail Leggers or the AZ Trail Eggers. If you read their name quite literally.
I see trail leg. Yeah.
They've been
clever.
They've been manning that aid station since I believe 2015. So before my involvement with the race, they've been around a long time. I know that it used to be John Chrisley in charge of that. I think John is still out there on regularly, but I believe that the reins have been passed over to longtime trail runner Dave Bliss and Brian and Megan Slavin, who will be taking care of runners at Hidden Treasure. And for the front of the packers, that'll be the first time a lot of them are actually needing to fuel up.
Mm-hmm.
So as we mentioned, most of the front of the pack blows through Antelope Mesa quite quickly. They typically don't need anything at this point in the race. That is an aid station for the rest of us.
Yeah. When I've run this race, I've enjoyed hanging out a little bit at Antelope Mesa.
Yeah, I
really like hanging out at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah, Hidden Treasure is great.
Yeah.
Those people take excellent care of the runners.
And we are sitting at Deep Canyon Ranch, which is the finish of the 50K tomorrow. Also, right about the halfway mark of the 100K. We'll see the runners literally running right by our studio.
Yeah,
which is always fun, and they do a little.
We'll see
out
them
and back.
twice
Yeah,
because there's a little out and back that they have to loop over to the finish line from here. Of course, we are right at the start of the Burrito League segment that is popped up here. Maybe we'll get into that later. We've got a big, high-profile 100K that we're covering right now. So.
Yeah. Although I suspect I'll do a couple segments.
Sure, absolutely.
I see the king of. Speaking of that, I see the king of Mill Avenue right there. Troy Croxdale is coming to do a few segments. Good to see you, Troy. He got his free Cocodona entry, running back and forth on Mill Avenue for a month.
This is our first view of Hidden Treasure at mile
the Trail
13 and the AZ Trail Leggers. As I mentioned, they've been staffing this aid station for many years, so they know that these runners, through the first 13 miles, they have been flying, and I don't know how many of them will actually need a lot of help. And the cool thing is that from where they're at, after you come out of the slot section of the Black Canyon, you have a lot of visibility of this aid station both ways. Like, they can see the runners coming, so they're going to be, completely ready to rock. By the time those runners get to,
and I mean it's
Hidden
only
Treasure.
what we're talking 5 miles, mostly downhill. I suspect they're doing that in 32 to 34 minutes. So they hit Antelope about 47 minutes. So say about 25 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like I see some love in the chat for the Hidden Treasure crew. I'll stack up what they do with any aid station I've ever been on or been through. So they take especially good care of runners.
We did learn, if you're just tuning in, we learned from Brett out and holding his arm in an unusual position. So we'll perhaps get an update on Francesco in a little bit from our crew on the ground at Hidden Treasure. The single track section between Antelope Mesa and here is just fantastic. Twisty, turny, mostly descending. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're about an hour and 10 minutes into 2026 Black Canyon 100K, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, sponsored by Hoka.
I'm keeping an eye out to see how much they start to, I guess the buzz and vibration starts to pick up there. They just moved a table into place there. We'll see if that is a precursor to runners that they've spotted on the course.
You can spot them. You can spot them. Well, I know as a runner, you can spot this tent a good mile away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So last year's winner, actually, it looks like the lead men pack came through Hidden Treasure at 1:19:31. So we might be
so
a
it could
couple
be 10 minutes
out.
or so.
Well,
it could be faster than that.
It could be 3. With everything getting faster. Last year, Eli Hemming was the first registered runner, I believe, through here at 1:19:31. And looking last year, it looks like Antelope Mesa might be a bit of a dead zone. I don't know if our Starlink was on the fritz there last year as well, but we didn't get times registered for Eli or Seth Ruling.
So the first real ones we got were here.
Were Hidden Treasure, yeah. So if we're talking 119, based on the fact that everybody is faster and everybody is, and is an amazing athlete, I would assume that we are looking at, I would say in the next 5 minutes. At Hidden Treasure for the women's race last year, Mary Denholm was leading through here, of course, and her split was 1:25.24, so about 6 minutes behind the lead men at that point. And last year's winner of the women's race, Riley Brady, came in at 1:27. So you talk about, I would say if it was 119 and change last year for the men and 125 and change last year for the women, I'm thinking we start to see the men about 3.5 minutes.
1:15, 16-ish.
And the women maybe 3 or 4 minutes after that. I think that, we're going to see things spring into action here in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Because the conditions this year are ideal, and they were pretty good last year too.
And Jordan Bramblett he took off. It was really fascinating to see. The drone really picked it up. He just sort of stretched the elastic, about a mile before Antelope Mesa, and it'll be very interesting to see how when they transition onto the single track, if the group reeled him in or if he continued to extend.
Yeah, the lead men's pack came through about 40. Jordan Bramblett was about 48 flat, give or take a few seconds here, based on my napkin math here, and
napkin math. I love it.
And so I think that we'll see, but I really do think we're going to see the first men come through here in about 2.5 to 3 minutes. They are kind of getting into position there to greet the runners. You can see the couple of pirates on the left on bucket duty. They do a pirate theme every year.
Oh, do they?
So, yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Shout out to Megan Slavin, one of the pirates in the middle, and her husband Brian. Megan is taking a break from her hard rock training to co-captain this aid station.
She shouldn't take too long of a break.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to go out for her run right from there. I have no doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
She could do that nice out and back I was talking about. This is the spot where you can just park and kind of run up course and go as long as you want. Maybe go all the way to Antelope Mesa, turn back around.
Yeah, during the Black Canyon training runs, the official Aerovipa sponsored ones, I will carpool with people to Bumblebee, and then everybody will take the shuttles up to Mayer High School. I tell everybody, well, I'll see you later, and I actually drive up to Hidden Treasure, which is about 5 miles by the road. Up from Bumblebee, and I do my run, literally parked on the other side of this road from where they're at, and just go and do an out and back. I find that to be much more fun for me personally. I mean, you get about 1,800 feet of climb, heading up the hill and then heading down the hill. I'm usually passed by most of the runners heading back to my car. The fastest runners will catch me at that point. So.
Definitely a little breeze here at Deep Canyon.
Yeah, it just started to pick up a little bit.
As Brett mentioned, likely a tailwind, at least initially, as it's coming out of the north. Most of the race runs from north to south. We're back on. This looks like the lead runner.
That's Jordan Bramblett. Looks like he's got red shorts. Look at that stride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the aid station right there.
Coming off the descent, it flattens out. Very flat. Leaving Hidden Treasure, there's it's a little bit chunkier, but still pretty flat stretch for several miles to Bumblebee. And an overall downhill from here even.
Well, Chris, Jordan's going for it.
Yeah.
Jordan Bramblett is going for it. Again, early. This is mile 12.8. But he's on his own. It's a bold strategy. He's rolling right into the aid station now. You called it. It's right about 8:15. Jordan Bramblett, Arizona runner.
Looked like that might have been Hans Troyer in second.
It did look like Hans. Yeah, they're close. Maybe less of a bold strategy. I think Hans is in the Hoka kit. There's Jordan.
Jordan doesn't need anything. He's going all the way to Bumblebee the first 20 miles before seeking aid. Man,
there's Hans.
Hans getting a refill on his water.
Again, these are the lead men hitting Hidden Treasure.
So we just, that was Zach Barron and Canyon Woodward. I did see Canyon for sure. Eli Hemming, Trayson Knopp.
I also did see Anthony Costales. So I do think we had maybe a little timing issue up at Antelope because we didn't get Canyon or Anthony.
Okay, so here's your top 10 through. Jordan Bramblett, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin, Canyon Woodward, Eli Hemming, Trayson Knopp, Anthony Costales, Finian Jacobson, Schultz, John Donovan, and Coleman Cragen.
All right, there we go.
That was our first shot at Coleman Cragen, somebody who is as we mentioned, the hot pick amongst those who know more about the sport than we do.
It's good to see that whatever sort of timing issues we're hitting up at Antelope Mesa, they're going through so fast and furious. It's not surprising, but good run down there of the top 10.
And I would expect, as we mentioned, our lead women came through here in 125. That was Mary Denholm last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary was blistering the course too. So I expect that we'll see the lead women here in about 90 seconds because they seem to be a clip ahead.
Yep, and again, as back up at Antelope, we had Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Molly Sidel, Jennifer Lichter, Tara Dower, Riley Brady.
At Air Viper Racing Team member Ferdinand Clovis Errol in 11th coming through.
I have not seen Francesco Pupi. They've been going through real fast, but have not seen him. So on the right, we've got the lead men. That's Jordan Bramblett. I'd say in the white, but it seems like everybody decided to wear white today. There's a good view of the gap. So Bramblett has gone out of the screen. That's Hans Troyer.
Yeah, Jordan's ascent, really amongst the local scene was, I believe, in late 2024 was where we first started to take notice of him. I think we did talk about him in last year's preview show simply because he had set a couple of course records in his training leading up to last year's Black Canyon. And as we mentioned, his first half of the race here was really good. He was actually in that golden ticket chase pack. He was, I believe, 5th through Deep Canyon Ranch at the 50K mark. The wheels did come off on the second half.
He came flying into here. I remember. Yeah. Good. We're back up to the full screen here as we expect the lead women.
Is that
any minute here? There's another unfortunate bucket hat person. Sorry, can't help it. But he's moving well, in spite of the bucket hat.
couple more names familiar to this race, and the running scene: Stephen Kirsch, Ryan Raff, Blake Slatengren, Cody Poskin, Elliot Cardan, Sage Canaday, Matthew Sidel have all come through.
Good, because we missed some of them on the Antelope as well.
Yeah.
So that's good to see.
Yeah, I think that there must have just been a timing glitch for Antelope Mesa. So, but the closer we get to town, the better the timing results tend to be, which is ideal.
Again, just waiting on that lead women group. We expect it literally any minute, if not second. Hidden Treasure Aid. Probably about 30 runners through now.
As we mentioned, our first women last year hit Hidden Treasure at about the 125 mark.
Okay.
We're at 122.38 and change. And it was Abby Hall leading the pack into Antelope Mesa, followed by Ann Flower and Molly Sidel. So we'll see if that holds true. Every year there's somebody that everybody picks on.
Dr. Pepper Guy.
And Dr. Pepper Guy seems to be the crowd favorite in terms of, to steal a term from our friend Finn Melanson, random baller.
Random baller. Did see Sage Canaday come through a couple minutes ago.
You can see these runners. I mean, it's still only 50 degrees out there, but they are not taking any chances. It's probably, I would probably a little bit less than 50 degrees at this point. There's really, where they are at Hidden Treasure, there is nothing out there. Like, there's no houses, there's no weather station. The closest you could get would be Bumblebee. So if I can go and grab weather on Bumblebee, that would be and it's about the same elevation.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the Crown King Road. It's the road that eventually ends up at Crown King, but of course this is down in the desert. I would guess.
Okay, so Bumblebee is registering 45 degrees right now.
Yep.
It is a sunny 45. So
I see Abby Hall. There's Abby Hall.
124.09.
124.09. First place woman. There's Molly Sidel. Orange shoes. There's Ann Flower. Hoka kit. Looks like taking a restroom stop. There's Jen Lichter.
That women's field staying tightly wound.
So again, we've seen Abby Hall, Molly Sidel, Jen Lichter, Ann Flower.
Behind them was Tara and Riley, the two holders of the best women's race times before. So Abby came through 124. Molly registered 124.08 and 124.09, as did Jennifer.
This is Tara. Tara Dower, fifth place. There goes Ann after a quick pit stop.
The double water approach for Tara Dower.
So Tara Dower in sixth, maybe, I don't even think a minute, Chris. Probably 30 seconds or so. Again, in this section, it's wide open. Everybody can see everybody. We're waiting probably Riley Brady next.
And Riley ran this race lying in wait last year when they came away with the dominant time. Riley was not in the lead. I don't even think they were in the top 3 or 4 initially.
No, I agree. In Black Canyon, yeah.
Things changed after Bumblebee, and then at Gloriana mine at mile 24, literally on camera making the pass on Mary.
All right,
So yeah, Tara registered 124.51, so about 40 seconds back, 42 seconds back. Jenny noting that Tara had a bloody leg. I mean, is it really a trail race if Tara Dower doesn't leave a piece of herself on it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be proper. Wouldn't be proper. But yes, indeed, that whole group ahead of course record pace. Abby Hall setting the pace, close behind Ann Flower, Jennifer Lichter, Molly Sidel, pretty much all together, I think you would say. Followed just a few seconds. There's Abby right there. Just a few seconds later by Tara Dower.
The wind has picked up from the north here suddenly.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right.
Our cactus decor has smacked me in the head a couple of times.
Yeah, we got a breeze blowing out of the north, so it's a tailwind for the most part.
Yeah, thanks to everybody tuning in to the broadcast of the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka.
Abby looking very smooth right there. Abby Hall with the white and the orange sleeves. Some segmenters are here.
So Shea Aquilano had moved into 6th, Riley Brady 7th.
Okay, good.
Tabor Hemming 8th. Eleni Matarisi in 9th, name that I'm not familiar with. But as is tradition here at the Black Canyon Ultras, we learn names here as the day goes on. Because
absolutely.
Somebody will pop up and into our view. Last year it was Will Murray. Jupiter Carrera Casas a couple years ago. There's always somebody who breaks out on a performance.
Well, and as we mentioned in our open, that's that third category, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they've done something at a shorter distance. Maybe they've done something on the roads. Maybe they haven't done a whole lot, but they come into this race kind of ready to go. And so you almost expect that here at Black Canyon.
So Eleni Matarisi, 22 years old.
22 years old.
Going just straight to the resource to Ultra Sign Up. Finished 3rd at the 26K at Mammoth Trail Fest last year.
It might not show up there. Corp Josh in the chat is mentioning that Eleni did get 6th at Kodiak. I'm not sure what distance. Kodiak by UTMB.
Another a long-time race, Tamalpa Highlands, finishing 3rd there, it looks like. So looks like
David Roche noting, too, also ran a 2:37 marathon at Cal International.
Pretty good.
and graduated from Harvard. Huh, okay.
And smart.
Keep an eye on Eleni. All right, and for the first time today, we've got our 100K leaderboard up. Thank you so much for
Wonderful.
our production team. Look at that. That is beautiful. We'll try and keep that up to date through the day.
Jenna Bensko, the 10th woman through the Hidden Treasure timing area.
Eleni Matarisi. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Might be Matarisi.
We mentioned Jade Bellsberg, Sophie Shrunk, Sydney Welsh, Amber Zimmerman, and Anna McKenna rounding out the top 15 in the women's race at Hidden Treasure. Next stop, Bumblebee.
Indeed, mile 19 and change. Fantastic aid station with a bar and live music.
It is great. Bumblebee is the first time that runners are going to be able to see their crew. There's a wide crew area, and now we've got. Did you hear about this? The green light, red light, or setup.
Oh, yeah, there are. I did hear about it, that it's essentially a crew zone.
Correct.
And
yeah.
Only within the green area can you crew your runner. You get to the red, you cannot crew your runner.
Correct. As a crew, as a pacer, I mean, if you're in the zone, and I think that's a great thing because, we've seen in races and runners, and I don't think they're necessarily intentionally like trying any form of, impropriety or skullduggery, but at the same time, okay, your pacer runs up about, 30 yards ahead of you to fill your bottles and hands them to you as you come through. Well, you know what? That is no longer a judgment call.
Right.
It is exactly what the aid station allows in terms of, like, at this line here. Like, once the runner gets to this line, you can meet your runner as a crew, as a pacer. As a pacer, you can take off from them and, do whatever they need in the aid station. While we still have pacers for the elite fields anyways. And then from there, once you hit the red light, basically, they have to be back
and it would
on
be
their own.
it would be incumbent on the crews to, as they arrive at the aid station, to make sure they know exactly where those red light, green light note places are.
Exactly.
I assume there's some here at Deep Canyon as well.
That right there is the base of the descent from the Slot Canyon section. It kind of rolls for a little bit, heading into Hidden Treasure at
That's a
mile
great
13.
shot. Yeah, looking back up the course.
That's probably the section I'm looking forward to most tomorrow, and doing the 50K. Yeah, so far, I mean, other than a couple of names dropping in, not a ton of surprises. I think that they're like, especially on the men's side, I would say you get down to about number 8 before you have names that I'm not necessarily familiar with. When I mentioned Finian Jacobson Schult, that's a new name for me. But we'll be doing some digging, obviously, on the names that we aren't familiar with, because as we mentioned, is there a Will Murray in the bunch?
John Donovan. I'm not familiar with John Donovan. Came through 9th place. Might want to look that up. Someone on the chat might know who that is.
Finian Jacobson Schultz won the Bear Chase late last year out of Colorado. That is an Aravaipa event. Finished 3rd at Canyons 50K last year. So it looks like this might be the first level up to the 100K distance for Finian, and definitely a name we'll be keeping eyes on if he proves he's going to stick around in the top 10. And John Donovan
came through in 9th place.
Looks like John Donovan
Got some beta?
Yeah, a 5:14 at Tunnel Hill 50 mile.
Ooh!
That is
Okay.
some speed. So with the breadth of this sport, it is hard to sneak more than 1 or 2 by us a day, but
Yeah.
that's a number right there. Previous further distances, running a 12:36 at Tunnel Hill in 2024. Looks like he generally sticks to the less technical trail. I mean, with finishes at Tunnel Hill, Kettle Moraine, a little bit of hill there in Ornery Mule Race out of Wisconsin. But yeah, John Donovan, add that one to your dance card here.
Indeed, yeah. There you go. So Finian Jacobson and John Donovan. I'm sorry, Finian Jacobson. It's cut off on my thing. Schult. 2 runners that we didn't necessarily have on our radar, but we do now.
Yeah, John Donovan, a 5:14 hit the
50 miles.
Yeah.
Oof. Moving.
Yeah, I mean, that's, were it not for, Charlie Lawrence, I mean, that would be just a few minutes off of the American record.
Great drone shot here, looking back up the course.
And as runners are making their way, it's no longer quite as downhill from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee, but it is a very fun, runnable section. Gonna take a peek at what I believe. Let's see. So Eli Hemming hit Bumblebee in 2 hours and 43 seconds last year. And I believe he was still leading the race at that point.
So literally seconds over the 2 hour mark.
Yeah.
Just the way the early going has gone so far, as we were chatting with Liam earlier today, we would anticipate right around 2 hours or even a tad under for the lead group.
Mary Denholm was the first woman through Bumblebee last year and was there in 2 hours, 13 minutes. So we're talking, I mean, is it possible that we see somebody in under 2 hours at Bumblebee? I mean, wow.
That's just remarkable.
That is nearly that's over 19 miles into the race.
Yeah.
I mean, that means you're running a nearly 6-minute mile pace for 20 miles at the start of a highly competitive 100K. You are all gas, no brakes. If you're coming through in, say 2:05 or less, which the men's pack did last year. Looking to see how they approached Bumblebee. I talked about Eli Hemming, but Kenha Luo, as well as Joe McConaughey, Will Murray, they all came through in under 2:05 last year. Elliot Cardan came through in 2:01:30. We're going to be this might be a bit of a breath between aid stations as far as where we're going to have eyes on people, but at the same time, it's not going to be very long.
No, and we know that Brett and his crew were racing down the course to get set up at Bumblebee. I will suspect we'll hear from him in a bit as he gets set up there. Brett Hornig out in the field.
Special thanks to me for putting the coffee maker behind the desk here.
Yes, indeed. Huge thanks to you. Might be time for another brew, by the way.
That wasn't really by selfish design. I didn't want to keep the coffee from anybody else.
We needed an outlet.
There were no plugs.
We needed a plug. Again, this is the shot of Hidden Treasure Aid Station, mile 12.8.
Yeah, this would be the middle to back of Wave 1 coming through here at this point. I don't think we would be seeing Wave 2 runners through here at this point. No, we would not.
Thank you all for tuning in, by the way, to Mountain Outpost coverage of Black Canyon 100K.
As you can see, the intensity kind of turns to joy as the front of the mid-pack makes its way through Hidden Treasure at this point. I mean, these runners are still moving really well. I mean, this is basically a 1:40 half marathon pace on trail. So they're all moving very well. It's just that there's 150 people ahead of them at this point.
The times I've run this race, I've always looked forward to a nice PB&J here at Hidden Treasure. They've got it's, for me, it's like 2.5 hours. It's a nice place to grab a PB&J and chill out a bit.
Yeah, we've reached the 150 runner mark at Hidden Treasure. So,
wow, that went fast.
Yeah, like I said, it's about a half marathon in, and 150 runners are under 140.
Amazing. Good for all of them.
On trail.
And again, we are focusing on the front of the pack, but as the day goes on, especially as Chris and I come back later in the afternoon, we'll be here for many of the finishers who are out here toiling away, going for perhaps a sub-17 Western States qualifying time, Western States lottery qualifying time, or a sub-20 hour just finish at the Black Canyon 100K. This attracts a big field from across the country and around the world. World Trail Major, Black Canyon 100K, the third year of the World Trail Majors series. Black Canyon is one of the early season World Trail Majors.
So we've reached the point where looks like we've got about 40 women, 45 women through Hidden Treasure, about 100 men. This is the fast local guy segment of the
indeed
of the field.
Well, this is definitely the bragging rights section of the trail. This is maybe buddies racing one another. PB&J, attaboy red shirt. Love it. PB&J action at Hidden Treasure doesn't disappoint.
And for those of us who are not sponsored runners, you can see some people packing the layers that they brought with them as opposed to dropping them entirely. Looks like that might be Matt Kahn in the white. Matt Kahn is actually a member of the AZ Trail Leggers. Oh, yeah, he's taking pictures, so that's definitely Matt Kahn.
Matt Kahn,
local guy.
Local guy. We'll do that when we can. Chris and I are both Arizona locals. Probably between the two of us know, 100 people in this race.
At least.
At least that many. So if we spot him, we'll give him a shout out.
See, he's being ably cared for by the trail leggers, and if he weren't running this race, he would be out there as part of. Like I do believe that he up, and that's Chan Ma of Ghost Head Productions on the right there as well.
There is Chan, yes indeed, Ghost Head. Moonlights for a shift a week at the Runner's Den. Classic.
I didn't know that.
He does some Sundays at Runner's Den.
Nice.
Organizes a group run every week out of Ghost Head. A couple of really cool events. Is it called the FOMO 50K?
Yes. Yeah.
Phoenix Mountain Preserve.
Yeah, runs some small grassroots events here in the Phoenix area.
Well connected with our friends at Mount Coast.
We're probably about 15 minutes away from the first runners hitting Bumblebee.
Okay, now let's see it. I think you identified earlier that Jordan had orange shorts.
Red. I think it was like a dark
shorts,
red.
Right.
And he had long sleeves, so.
And we know that Hans has the white Hoka shirt and darker shorts, so that might be Hans. And Zach Perrin. We also know Canyon Woodward was in that mix.
Yeah, everybody wore white today, so it's going to be pretty tricky.
Yeah, they did. It's almost like they were like middle school kids planning their outfits.
Happy Valentine's Day to those of you spending your February 14th morning with us here on the Mountain Outpost broadcast of the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and Valentine's Day is always going to have a special place in my heart because the day after Valentine's Day, tomorrow, is the birthday of my granddaughter, Kelly Jo, as she'll be 1 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Kelly Jo. We'll see you next weekend. So that does look like Hans, red hat.
The question is, are they 1 and 2?
Right.
Because Jordan Bramblett looked like he was fully intent on setting the pace early on here. So
this is definitely that sort of 1.5 miles out from Bumblebee area, I think, Chris. It gets the trail doesn't get rocky, but you can see it gets a little bit rocky, starts to get a little saguaro-y.
Could you repeat that, please, Zach?
There we go. Chris is getting a little intel. There you can see the trail does descend more significantly the closer they get to Bumblebee.
Yeah, this is the section where it's descending and it's not too technical, but if you sleep on it, you can take a spill here.
Yep.
So
And there also are a couple tricky
there's
turns.
Jordan
Okay,
Bramblett right
there's
there.
Jordan Bramblett. So you're right. Red shorts.
He's already to that road crossing, so that's about a mile and a half out, I
Yep.
believe.
I think
from
that seems about
Bumblebee.
right.
That's where I usually see cows when I'm out there on that section of the course. So
Right, we've got our first view of a on the ground camera. This gets us a good idea of what the gap is, and it's a small gap. Is that Zach Perrin?
yeah.
Okay,
So
there's Hans Troyer in the back of that 3-person group.
So it looks like, yeah, Jordan Bramblett still setting the pace here.
So we've got 5 people through 5 of the men's field through that road crossing. Again, as Chris noted, about a mile and a half down to Bumblebee.
I think it's about a mile and a half.
Completely downhill.
Yeah. At this point, it is downhill. It gets a little bit more technical.
Anthony Costales.
As we mentioned, a former champion of the Black Canyon 100K.
Really great form. Fun to watch him run. He just smooth, almost Walmsley-esque in his bounce.
Yeah, of course, Anthony, when he won this race, it was 2023. And I mentioned that it seemed like he ran with a chip on his shoulder. Somebody pointed it out, and I didn't realize it at the time, but apparently he had been miscast into Wave 2 previously.
Oh, really?
Maybe that's why he ran with a chip on his shoulder. But, looks like our lead men are going to be, good God, 8 to 10 minutes out from Bumblebee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, as we mentioned last year, the lead men, Eli Hemming led the pack just under 2:01 into Bumblebee last year. Of course, Bumblebee being ably staffed by a team led by Chris Thornley of Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yep.
And it's your opportunity to have your bottles filled by the race director of Western States.
Indeed.
And if you're one of these runners, you might be getting something else from him later at the end of the day.
That would be lovely.
That golden ticket.
Last year in the 50K, I got in and had my bottles filled by Craig and almost forgot to start running again. Just started chatting.
That doesn't surprise.
I better get going.
For those familiar, that doesn't surprise anyone. Yeah, Bumblebee just shy of 20 miles. So, yeah, if you do that, again, napkin math, you're talking basically runners keeping a just slightly behind 6-minute mile pace for the first 20 miles of this race. I think it's depending on what your watch or what the marking says, anywhere from 19.2 to 19.5.
Mm-hmm.
And Bumblebee also is like a cruise zone, so it's a stretch of area. It's not like a in and out tent.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you kind of come up the driveway, you make a right. You come up the road, you make a right on the driveway.
And normally the timing mat is basically as you're coming into the aid station proper, because you actually go through the. It's not a tent. It's a ramada.
Yeah,
basically a giant ramada.
I almost expect to see. I do expect to see our women's leaders in the next couple of. There's Cody Poskin, Midwesterner, coming across the road crossing. It
is always fun to see people lead out. I mean, sometimes it works, as we mentioned. Trueheart Brown, leading out, and Chris Mocco a few years ago running out, in front of the crowd. And there are times where like those where it works. There are other times, as we mentioned, Eli Hemming giving up the lead late in the race last year. I thought of another example, JP Giblin, who is someone I love watching run.
Love watching him run.
JP is all gas, no brakes.
He's a front runner. He likes to get out, likes to take it out hard.
And he had actually gotten a golden ticket at Bandera a few weeks prior when he came out here, and then we saw him take the lead in Black Canyon, and it ended up not being his day. But that's how some people approach this race. They approach it with such aggression, and that's what we're seeing from Jordan Bramblett today. Because I thought I was being clever putting him as a dark horse yesterday, naming him as one of my golden ticket recipients, but it looks like he is. He's doing his best to make me look like I know something.
Well, and yet, of course, this race, because of that, sort of frantic opening pace, it does notoriously have some carnage. Maybe not a ton, especially on a day with pristine conditions like this, but there's always some. So we had Eli Hemming up there. We had Zach Perrin. We had Anthony Costales. There's quite a chase pack hunting down.
The lead women hit, I believe Mary Denholm hit Bumblebee last year in 2:13, I mentioned. There's Sage Canada. So given the fact that they are gaining ground on those numbers, I would say we're talking.
Yeah, I would expect to see him. I would expect to see him at this road crossing in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah. I think that we are kind of eyeballing this being about 12 minutes out, maybe 14 minutes out from the aid station. So we are definitely going to be seeing the men hit that aid station soon, and we are going to be seeing the women hit this road crossing very soon.
And I really think your estimate's about right, that this is right about a mile and a half out.
Maybe I'll go out in a training run and measure. Actually, you know what? I'm running the race tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring a notepad with me or use my notes.
You'll be able to keep tabs on it.
To be exact. That is that Ferdinand? Clovis Errol? Think that was?
Bucket hat guy?
Yeah.
Well.
You had the Air Viper Racing Team singlet, so it would be, I think it was Ferdinand, yeah. I saw him last weekend at Elephant Mountain, getting in some training. I think he ran the 35K last weekend.
Couple of weeks from now, we've got a local classic that I'm going to run, the Copper Corridor 50K out in Superior. It's a great local race.
I've done the 18K every year. I think I am the last remaining legacy of that race to run it every year since its inception. I love it because you get Arnett Canyon, you get the town of Superior, and none of the other painful stuff.
And you tipped me off to it. It's just so much fun that you run out the main street, you run back the main street. It's a little small mining town. The town really comes out for it.
Oh, for sure.
There's a couple little bars and restaurants along that main drag and some antique shops and things like that. It's just great to make it a whole day.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of local bars and restaurants, shout out to Chileans on 17.
Oh, my gosh.
For hosting the expo yesterday. Did a great job, took care of, a couple thousand runners picking up their race packets and their detail. Shout out to Soul Sports for setting up shop in there. And Jordan Bramblett hitting Bumblebee. So he is going to cross the road here.
155.
Through the driveway, and the timing mat is going to be, I think he's still probably about 450 meters shy of the timing mat. But yeah, I mean, definitely going to be under 2 minutes. You're probably talking from where he's at maybe about a 157 flat. So if that's the case,
wow, look at that chase. They are right there.
So you're going to have probably at least 10 guys under 2 minutes. When last year, or 2 hours, last year the lead man was just under 2:01. again, these races keep getting faster and more competitive. It is truly amazing.
All right, Jordan Bramblett, and we know in the chase, among those in that group at the bottom of your screen are Canyon Woodward, Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin.
This is unbelievable.
They're all coming together.
I mean, even as a crew person, you have to be like to help your runner if you're keeping pace with them through Bumblebee Ranch. As you can see, the crews are ready. I mean, look at the sheer number of people out there. I mean, in order to care for your runner, you have to really be, on your toes or really quick with what you're doing.
That is an incredibly fast split to Bumblebee. Here they are, though.
Yeah. We'll get the proper split here in just a minute, but like I said, 201 was I just got the eyes from Aid Station Fireball, and they were popping. So Jordan Bramblett's Bumblebee entry 154. So the timing mat is actually as they enter the parking lot proper. 154.56, Hans Troyer, 155.09, Zach Perrine, 155.10, Canyon Woodward, 155.11, Eli Hemming, 155.12. That is your men's top 5 leading into Bumblebee Ranch. I cannot believe this.
Anthony Costales in number 6, just less than a minute behind Eli Hemming. Trayson Knopp right there with Anthony, and Coleman Cragen in 8th place. The 8th runner now
a whole
into
pack 5 minutes under course record, 20 miles in. We might be seeing something special, something crazy here at the Black Canyon Ultras.
I mean, the conditions are perfect. There's Hans Troyer making a quick bottle change. We're keeping our eye on the left screen, too, to see if the lead women hit the road crossing there. Try and see if we catch a shot of Coleman Cragen. Finian Jacobson Schultz is now through in 9th, and John Donovan is through in 10th.
I was listening to the men's panel, and I wish I could mention who said it.
There's Chris Thornley, by the way.
But one of the things that the men's panel noted is that runners are getting faster, and you sometimes would expect that as these are runners leaving Bumblebee.
Yep, there's a group of 3.
We'll catch eyes on who that group leaving Bumblebee already is. But the runners are getting so adept at fueling that we're seeing, for as much faster as they're getting, we're not seeing as many blow-ups. And I see Brett Hornig there. We'll go to Brett Hornig as soon as we have the ability to do so. Yeah, so we've got a group of 3 up front leading out. It looks like Jordan Bramblett on the right. It might be Zach Perrine in the middle. He had that white/off-white kit, I think.
Yeah, it's Jordan on the right, the red shorts. And again, as Chris mentioned earlier, this is the first climb of the day. It's a grinder, not super long, but it's a grinder to get up on the ridge that then takes you on that winding single track into Gloriana Mine.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like you're climbing over 1,000 feet. It's more like a 450, 500 feet punch. But it's the first time during this course that the runners are actually hitting something like that.
Right. They've been essentially going flat or downhill for 2 hours.
Yeah. And here it is right here, the crux of that very first climb. You can see Bumblebee Road in the background, and what this course will do is it'll head up this hill, then dogleg to the left, which will make it go south, and you'll follow looking over Bumblebee Road. If you're a casual runner or hiker, it's a great view.
Oh, it really is, because you see down to Bumblebee Road and then off to the Bradshaws in the distance.
But yeah, and it is one of the few places where a runner might get a little bit turned around, but these guys know where they're going for sure.
All right, so that right screen, we see a group of 3 that has made quick work of Bumblebee. Let's see, we got Brett. We're going to get Brett in just a second.
Somebody asking the nutrition macros for squirrel's nut butter. I joked with their new single application packets. I said, well, those new gels you came out, Chris, are amazing. And he looked at me
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. Let's go right to Brett Hornig. Brett, what you got for us?
Hey, Chris and AJW. Kind of following on trend with Antelope Mesa, we've got continued fireworks down here at Bumblebee Ranch. There was a lead trio. Well, we saw 4 come in right around the 157, 158 mark to the beginning of Bumblebee, which is 4 minutes under course record splits from 2025. Leaving the aid station, we had believe is like Hans Troyer and Zach Perrin might have left together, but I just happened to be where I was standing. I was right next to Hans's crew, and he was calm, cool, and collected. The crew was asking him some questions, and he was just like, "Stick to the plan. We're good." He grabbed his things. No one spent more than 10 or 15 seconds on their way in or out. I think between here and the next aid station at Gloriana is where we're going to start to see a few shakeups, because there is that first good sized punchy climb right after you exit this aid station. So that's going to give the first signs of where people's legs are actually at. There was a little group of maybe 4 or 5, and then about 45 seconds, we got Stephen Kirsch coming through right here as well, which is 1 minute slower than course record pace from last year.
Wow.
But there was a little gap of like 4 or 5 before another group of 4 or 5. Still very tightly bunched, and I didn't see any red flags at this point. People are starting to use a lot of water and ice. I've got icy bucket hats, big ice bandanas. A lot of people are getting soaked. So kind of, Chris, as you had said, it's like 50 degrees here, but it's a sunny 50, enough to the point where the sweat rate's going and people are starting to treat the cooling a little bit more seriously.
It's pretty amazing. Anything as far as runners that might be looking like they have a hitch in their step at this point, or has everybody been coming through clean?
From where I was last time at Antelope, everyone actually looks like they made it through pretty cleanly. That last section of single track is pretty buttery smooth, and probably one of the easier sections of the course as far as technicality goes. Someone who did move up a decent amount just from the last 2 checkpoints, Canyon Woodward, has, at least according to the timing mat, come through in 4th now. So just between the crew spot and that last few sections of single track, he has kind of slowly moved his way up a few spots as well. But from the last time you did your top 10 run through, maybe a few of the names have shuffled a little bit, but there haven't been any major moves to this point.
Okay.
Jordan Bramblett's time is the only one that hasn't updated on the exit, but he did.
Yeah, I was just going to note that Jordan Bramblett is not showing having exited Bumblebee, but on our screen right now, he is literally neck and neck with Zach and Hans. So we are in a tight race. I mean, Jordan did give back that 10 or so seconds that he had previously, but still keeping up with the lead guys. Obviously wanting to have that breakout performance here at Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, and at the rate they're starting to take time off of these course record splits, we are potentially, I don't think we're creeping towards that sub-7 time yet. There'd have to be a pretty strong second half. We'll get a better gauge of Deep Canyon. But we're definitely looking to be well under course record if things keep going the way they are, especially with the level of competition still at the front.
Are you surprised, Brett? I mean, as somebody who follows the sport so well, basically one of the most knowledgeable people anywhere, are you surprised at how many runners have come through, not only just like the very first 3 or 4, but the volume that has actually hit that point, as we can actually see the lead men get to the top of that climb past Bumblebee Ranch? Is this a shock to you, or is this where you just saw the sport naturally going in terms of the number of guys going so fast?
Yeah, I mean, with just how things have been progressing and with where the sport's gone, I think a lot of the competitors in this field no longer see other people in this field as, like untouchables. Instead it's more like, well, if they did it, I saw them do it last year, I can do that too, and I'm fully committing to it. And we're just seeing much larger groups of people do that. So, course records, they're getting a little contagious. And
Yeah.
I think you see it happen, and it's like, okay, well, if they did that, and I see myself as a direct peer to them, I can do that too. So I think that's just kind of the way the sport is going, and it's just there is so much less fear in the starts of these races. I think we're probably about 8 or 10 minutes out from the lead women coming through Bumblebee. So yeah, we got a little bit of time to kind of recap before reloading on remembering some knowledge as they come through. But yeah, I think that's just kind of where the sport is at. And yeah, we're just going to see faster and faster running.
Hey, Brett, how did 2023 winner Anthony Costales look? As he came across the road crossing, he just had that classic Costales bounce to his step and all. If he was chasing me down, I'd be worried. Did he look good coming through there?
Oh, he looked amazing. He's such a pro. He probably spent 20 or 30 seconds more here at the aid station than many of his competitors, because he took the time to like slam some extra carbs here, make sure he got all the bottles.
Mm-hmm.
He put on the ice bandana, and AJW, as you said, as he came out of here, coming through the band bar area, he was all smiles. And just like kind of like, yeah, I'm ready. Because the way he won it in 2023, he didn't move into the lead until maybe after Table Mesa. So he's very familiar with hiding for 10, 15 more miles before deciding to make that move. So it looked like he was in a really good spot. It appeared like he was probably exactly where he wanted to be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I would keep my eye on old Anthony today.
So we have,
and
go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's not forget, Anthony's a 2:13 marathoner pre-super shoe era.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got eyes on lead woman, and it is Molly
Sidel. At 2:07, 2:08.
Oh, I don't know where the timing mats are in relation to last year exactly, but it looks like that entry you said 2:07. Unless she takes a long time, she's going to be departing in course record time. So
there's Molly.
Of course, the next I think that between here and Deep Canyon Ranch is going to be, it's not going to be the first time.
Probably a couple minutes.
They were 15 last year, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably a couple minutes.
You're going to be seeing Molly here very quickly, Brett.
They're going to be different.
We got the audio here. We'll just kind of let it flow here. Lead woman Molly Sidel.
You want glasses? All right, Molly, you got a climb coming right out of this aid station.
Got it.
Hey, we're having fun. You're running smooth and you're looking good. Hey, are you staying cool?
Yeah.
Okay, if you need to, the next aid, get some ice.
The bottles.
All right, we got a lead lady.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going, keep going. Cones.
Like, where the fuck am I going?
You're good.
This is Molly Sidel leaving the Bumblebee aid station.
And then Jen Lichter.
By any measure, several minutes ahead of course record.
Molly.
Yeah, we're looking about 5 minutes under course record split. Oh, that's some classic.
Get it, Molly.
Oh, that was great audio there. I'd love to
And
hear that.
video.
Video, yeah.
You could see me pumping my fist. Just
Okay, so
go for it,
our
Brett.
top 5 women all went through.
Already?
Yeah. So we had Molly, and then Ann Flower and Jen Lichter came through, and then Tara Dower, or Abby Hall and Tara Dower. I already forget which order.
Looks like
They
Tara
all
is
looked
leaving ahead of
amazing.
Abby.
Tara did definitely take a fall. She's got some blood on the shoulder, but that's kind of part of the course for Tara's racing strategy. Get that adrenaline bump. They all looked amazing. Molly probably displayed the greatest feat of athleticism I've seen so far today. She had a full bottle fully bounce out of her pack. She caught it midair as it came out, threw it back in. So that was a veteran catch right there. But maybe a rookie move, not anchoring the bottles down. But either way, that top 5 looked perhaps, I would say they looked more calm than the lead men. Not that the lead men looked frazzled by any means, but yeah, they looked good. It didn't look like there was anyone up in that top 5 who shouldn't have been there.
Brett, did you get a sense that the women other than Molly might have been looking at the way she was moving through things and as they're leaving Bumblebee and realizing they're in for a day?
I think you could feel that there was that pressure of like, we can't let Molly go.
Yeah.
Even though this is their 100K debut and they haven't run this far. Historically, I mean, we saw it last year with Riley. Sometimes if anyone, if they can get away and get out of sight, it's really hard to get them back. You know, we're in this era of the sport where we cannot bank on blowups anymore. Yeah, you have to make sure that you are aggressively attacking and making sure that you stay within contact for as long as you possibly can, or else you might throw away your chance at winning this race or getting a golden ticket 2 hours into an 8-hour race. So you have to keep rolling the dice there.
Yeah, that really does fly in the face of what I had said during our pre-show yesterday, where I was saying patience pays. I mean, I still think that you have to be somewhat patient, but there's a limit to what you can do in terms of letting somebody go before you have to just start reeling it in automatically. Any other notes on the top women as they came through, Brett?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, any other notes on the top women as they came through?
Well, I've got Shea Aquilano coming through right now, and she's probably 90 seconds back from Tara. Maybe a little bandage on her knee as well. Okay, the rocks are out here. They're biting some ankles this morning. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a gap from that top 5. That top 5's a gap. Got Adam Mary coming through right now.
Yeah, it's crazy fast how these runners are coming through. As we mentioned, Mary Denholm came through Bumblebee at 2:13 last year, and the top 5 women all came through under 2:11.
Yeah. This is a drone shot on the right of Molly Sidel on that 400-ish so climb up to the road crossing in the ridge that then brings you along to Gloriana Mine. I love Brett's story.
Yeah, Chris, as you said.
Oh, go ahead, Brett.
Oh, sorry. As you said, like, we're just now getting past the fastest split of all time prior to this year to Bumblebee.
Yeah, and you were there. I mean, you were right. You were the front row seat for the pass last year at Gloriana Mine. You know, we're going to have a half dozen women or more through Gloriana by the time that would have taken place.
Yeah, and I think you know, things to be looking for. We'll see it on the drone pilot, and we'll have a camera up at Gloriana. But the section of trail between Bumblebee and Gloriana starts to get a little bit punchy, a little bit rocky. They're still, I think, going to be in the shade for the most part, but this is definitely the first spot where you can tell if your legs, appreciated that long downhill. We have Riley Brady coming through right now, right on their split from last year. So Riley is right on their course record split because Riley didn't come through in first last year.
Correct. Yeah.
So if Riley's just running their same day as last year, are we really going to see 7 other women in front? I don't know.
I can't.
I think, like you said, like, it's gonna. I bet we see some position changes between now and Gloriana.
Yeah, I would find it. I mean, obviously, as we mentioned, everything is getting faster, but I mean, to think that Riley Brady ran this race last year in an 8:16, which was knocking, 30 minutes off the course record, and coming through now in 8th place, I can't imagine the progression being that dynamic. I mean, I could be wrong. It could happen, of course, because we're here watching it happen. But I would be shocked if there's not a lot of mix-up and jockeying for position in the women's top 10 here moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And, but at the same time, though, like, I don't think we're going to see 5 of the 6 women drop off. Like, it might just be 1 or 2. So now Riley's looking right on the bubble of golden ticket roll down spots with Abby and Tara, being in front of them. So, as we've seen with previous years at this race, it's the places beyond just first, second, and third are still extremely, extremely important.
Oh, absolutely. This year, I mean, I believe last year we only had 1 individual coming in with a golden ticket. I think that this year we've got multiple on both sides of the race.
Yes, absolutely.
And it goes 7 deep, I believe. I think that Craig Thornley gave us that acknowledgement as we were kind of asking aloud.
Yeah.
And he nodded that the golden ticket can pass down several spots, more so than the traditional 5.
Yeah, it was announced last week that it will roll down to 7th place if need be for that golden ticket. I could just see at the turn, in front of me. I just saw Tabor Hemming and Jade Bellsberg come into their crews. So they're just out of sight right now, and I'm kind of trying to observe, see how they're approaching this crew spot.
Molly Seidel's just hit the top of the ridge. She had hit that road crossing. It's on the single track. The grade mellows out from this point all the way to Gloriana Mine. You can see the road on the right is that Bumblebee Road. The trail just zigs and zags in and out of these foothills of the Bradshaws. Molly's moving really well, Chris. She's made quick work of this climb.
As somebody noted, they were a little bit concerned about lack of visible cooling measures on Molly. Did you notice anything, Brett?
I don't. The 2 people that were like absolutely soaked coming through this aid station was Abby Hall and Tara Dower, which are perhaps 2 of the more veterans in the ultra distances.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I saw Molly take an ice bandana or not.
Yeah, she might have taken one and just simply not filled it at that time.
Potentially. I mean, I would say for sure take something at Gloriana, because even if you don't feel hot, as soon as you round the corner at Gloriana and get onto the other side of the hill, that side of the canyon has already started baking. And I remember last year when I was in the 50K, it felt fine until I went right around the corner. Then all of a sudden it was like a furnace, and it's a pretty long distance to the next aid station. And if you start to overheat there, you're spending a lot of time overheating. So that could be a potential, let's keep our eyes out for that at the Gloriana aid station. See if who's taking it amongst themselves to take on ice, because there's no crew access at Gloriana. So you guys they have to make sure to make those decisions on their own. We got Jade Bellsberg coming through the aid station right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brett. The distance between Bumblebee and Gloriana Mine is not that big.
No.
It's only about 4 maybe 4.5 miles at absolute most. And after that climb, it's not, it levels off. And, but as you mentioned, after Gloriana, the next stop is the 50K mark.
Yeah, and that's a long way. I mean, we're looking probably an hour to an hour 10, probably an hour 10 of running. Which, you know, if you're drinking 2 bottles an hour, you might potentially run yourself dry for the last 10 minutes, which can be a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, it can be disastrous.
Well, and as Brett mentioned, as soon as you get over that ridge on the other side of Gloriana Mine, you're in this east facing that's been in the sun now 2.5 hours already.
Yeah.
So it bakes up early as well. So I think that'll be an interesting thing to see. We'll see where they stand at Gloriana Mine and then see where they stand when they get down here to Deep Canyon.
We are.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as far as things go right now, you know, fast through Bumblebee, everyone looked great, but things can very quickly change on this next section of trail.
As crazy as it sounds, Brett, bear with me on this one, but like, is there a possibility that some of these runners are basically gambling on the fact they're going to be able to outrun the sun a little bit longer? Like maybe rather than having to make those measures at Bumblebee?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's kind of wild to think that way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we definitely seen that, just as we're seeing people at Western states outrun the sun or outrun the sun going down and not having to put on headlamps until really late. You know, if you get through Bumblebee 5-10 minutes faster, and we had a pretty low temperature last night, so the canyons and everything did get a decent opportunity to cool off a little bit more. So they might get 15-20 minutes of slightly cooler temps. But you know, I was listening to you guys chat as we were driving down to Bumblebee, and AJW, you brought up a good point where it's like, at the same time though, even if the ground, there's no shade out here. Like the sun is still the sun. It's going to bake. You can still roast.
Have we had any sighting of Francisco Poopy yet?
I had heard like rumblings that he had dropped, but I guess maybe that's something not official yet, but I have not seen him come through. I would have been surprised if he continued running past Hidden Treasure, just the way that he looked at Antelope.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too, but I just, you know, thinking that we hadn't seen him yet. His time registered at Hidden Treasure was 1:45. So I guess we would still be waiting on him unless he decided to turn on the jets. But
well, 1:45 Hidden Treasure split would have mean he took an hour from
that would have
Antelope to Hidden Treasure.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that
that's a
would
good
be
point.
Pretty full shutdown.
Yeah, that, you know what?
That's AJW split.
No, I was
right
going to say
there.
that's what an hour from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure is it means you're running with somebody like me. So I think that you might, I think we might be, we'll get confirmation on the status of Francisco. So, but yeah, that's a very good
Here
point.
Comes Fast Media Lady Corinne Chauvoy coming through right now.
All right, Corinne.
I saw Nicole Hansen come through as well, somebody who races with and trains with Corinne regularly, both members of the Air Viper racing team. Of course, Corinne will, I believe, be a part of our broadcast tomorrow on the 50th.
Hey, guys, I've got a storyline for you. I'm seeing Tabor Hemming walk out with her crew to the parking lot right now. She's on her left foot.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I saw her come in and looked a little shaky, but, you know, was going to the crew. But it looks like they're calling it a day here. They're walking to the parking lot.
All right, Brett. Thank you, Tabor Hemming. Looks like she'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you're, you know, if you've got to correct and dial some things in and reel it in a little bit, I mean, you know, are we going to start to see an increased number of drops, or do you think that people are going to stick it out if that means like a 15th, 20th, 25th place finish at this point?
I think injuries aside, we're going to see people, you know, kind of gritting it out, especially if you're still in the top 20, because level of competition in this race
Good point.
Continues to improve. Those places matter, you know, if we're looking at the resume, if we're looking at the trail resume, you know, top 20, like top 20 at Black Canyon 100K. That's getting to be a big deal now. You know, the other thing too is as we see just higher average paces on the trail, when you take a fall, you know, the higher the speed, the bigger the crash.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's true. Looks like we
you know, and
are.
that's racing.
We might be seeing runners getting towards Gloriana. It looks like we've got Hans Troyer in the lead.
Hans Troyer.
Yeah, Gloriana Mine is in sight now.
Yeah, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin,
And Jordan Bramblett.
They're in a group of 3 with Hans in front, and Gloriana Mine is up there at the top of your screen.
Yeah, just running as a pack.
Less than a mile to go.
This is a fun section of trail right here.
And as Brett was saying, after Gloriana, they flip over to the eastern side of the ridge, and it does warm up more than you think.
Hey, I think I spy a Leah Yingling over on the other side of the course. I'm going to go try and pull her for like a 60-second interview, see if she's got any extra intel.
Absolutely.
That
Please
sounds
do.
good. Leah's always got the scoop.
Yeah. We're with Brett Hornig, who is out in the field at Bumblebee Ranch at about mile 19, mile 20. And what you're seeing right now is that lead men's pack. We said Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin, Jordan Bramblett. You've got one that is not a surprise. You've got one is somebody you'd usually expect to see up here, and Jordan Bramblett fighting for that breakout performance again. You know, a local here, very fast runner, established in the Arizona trail running scene at this point. You know, with about 18 months of excellent results, but not somebody that somebody beyond our state borders might be familiar with. But for those thousands tuning in to the Black Canyon Ultras broadcast, this is Jordan Bramblett. Get to know him because you might be seeing him a while.
And interesting because he did take it out hard right before Antelope Mesa.
Okay.
Had stretched out the lead and was caught by these 2 guys, and they're now in a group of 3. Here they are at the road.
We'll get a time on these runners hitting Gloriana Mine, mile 24. Looks like Hans is stopping to fill. Jordan stopped to fill, and Zach kept going. So now Zach is leading that group of men. Followed by Hans and now Jordan. Jordan in the long sleeve, Zach in the multicolor, and Hans in the Hoka singlet. That is your top 3 men at this point. Of course, Hans already has his golden ticket, so we'll be following this. You know, the next stop for them is right here at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Chris,
Brett,
do me a favor. Let's make sure it's Zach. It might be Eli.
Oh, is that okay? You're right. You're right. It is the red sleeves as opposed to the red detail.
Okay.
You're right. My mistake.
So I think it's Eli Hemming in front there, Hans, a cameraman, and then seconds back to
You're right.
There's Jordan.
You're right. I misspoke there.
I just realized the different.
No, good
color
catch.
shirt.
Good catch. Perfect. Brett, we're gonna flip back to you.
All right, yeah. I've got Leah Yingling here for a quick hit on her take on the field. What do you got so far from Bumblebee?
I'm impressed by these times that are being thrown down right now. I think Riley Brady's back in about 8th place, running even faster than they did last year. So that would put, close to about 8 women faster than course record splits right now, which is mind-blowing, but I think is probably in line with some of the predictions coming into the race.
How do you feel about Molly Sidel being our lead lady coming through out of Bumblebee?
I'm not surprised. I think she has the leg speed and the ability for this pace to feel as easy as possible, being as fast as she is. This first 20 miles runs so fast. And I think AJW and Chris have been alluding to the fact that this next section, of course, is where we start to see the pack break apart. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Molly start to feel a little bit impacted by the next section of trail. But I think she's right up with those other women here, punch for the next couple miles.
And where will we see you next?
You will see me in the studio in like 20 minutes. So I will be able to give you guys on the ground feedback from there. And unfortunately replacing AJW and Chris in studio, and it'll be me, Hillary Yang, and Skylar Hall coming at you.
No, that's a
live from
very
Deep Canyon
fortunate
Ranch.
thing.
Yeah.
That's a very fortunate thing. We can't wait. We got to go get our burrito league segments.
Get over there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Leah Yingling going to be joining us here in studio, and we're just keeping the chairs warm for her at this point.
Absolutely. Zach Perrin did come through fourth to Gloriana,
Okay.
about 45 seconds. So Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Jordan Bramblett, more or less together, as you see right there.
Yeah. This is what happens when everybody wears all white.
Yeah, it is the white, the all wear white memo. And so we were talking about how you get over this hill. You can literally see how bright it is.
Yeah.
And it's now east facing, so the sun has been baking on this, and pretty much the entire section down here to Deep Canyon where we are is in this exposed bright sun.
And this is the first time where the course gets really punchy. I mean, we talked about the hill climbing out of Bumblebee to Gloriana, but this section right here is the first fairly technical, fairly I don't want to say complicated, but the most complicated to this point.
Yeah.
The course gradually builds to a crescendo around mile 47, 48. I would say that after Cottonwood, things kind of let up a little bit in terms of technicality. I mean, you still got climbing, and after Table Mesa, you do have a climb, then a descent where the trail actually splits in two, but you have I believe that the course goes to the left rather than the right, but in terms of technicality, this is really where it starts to begin for these runners, because up to this point, it has been smooth sailing, quite literally and figuratively.
And it is also pure Black Canyon single track here.
Yes.
All the way down here to Deep Canyon. It's a lot of what you're seeing here, twisting and turning, winding in and out of washes. Nothing for a real long time climbing, long time descending, but you're kind of always going up or down. It's some of these places it's tough to get a rhythm. I mean, these guys are pros. You can obviously see they're running with a bit of rhythm, but it's just one of those sections that can kind of grind on you. And I think for these guys, they're probably happy to have company through here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as we mentioned, two of these, actually all three of these guys, no strangers to this race.
Yeah.
Of course, Hans, a couple years ago, had a very complicated day. Last year it was Jordan and Eli's turn to have. I mean, actually, all three of these guys are kind of redemption stories in their own way here at Black Canyon. Yeah. Hans Troyer having that 10th place finish a couple years ago when he was flying with the lead pack. Initially, Jordan Bramblett as high as 5th here at the midway point of the race before fading back into the 25 range. And Of course, Eli Hemming falling just 64 seconds short of a golden ticket.
That's right, and he led and was reeled in, but he was, I think, was he still in the lead as far out as close in as like Table Mesa?
Leading into it was about a mile and a half out of Table Mesa, where you have that wash crossing. It was dry last year. I'm assuming it's probably going to be dry or close to dry this year, but we actually saw the pass on camera.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah.
When the lead shifted for good.
So we've got that camera on the left is Gloriana Mine, the exit out of Gloriana Mine aid station. Camera on the right is the drone coverage of our top three. We've got a couple more runners through Gloriana Mine.
So I want to verify what the splits were in Gloriana for the women's race last year. It looks like the timing, Matt, based on what we saw last year, that was where on camera we saw Riley take the lead from Mary, and they were actually through in 2:51.06. Mary was 2:50. Oh, they were through at the exact same time, but of course, after that, Mary fell off precipitously and decided to end her race at Deep Canyon Ranch. So 2:51, and we're talking 2:35.25 here. So and given the fact that we had the women through
I'm checking it. It was
5 minutes faster.
It looks like Molly was 2:09.
2:09.
Again, 2:09 Bumblebee. So
So we're talking maybe about 10, 11 minutes before we start to see the lead women come through here. But if we have our drones up in the same spot, we'll see them actually much sooner because that was about 5 minutes out.
Yeah, we had a great shot of the 3 front-running men, about 5 minutes out. So we'll keep an eye on that.
We've reached the portion of our race and sport history where 5 minutes is a big chunk of time.
We mentioned Zach Perrin through Gloriana. A couple of minutes later, Canyon Woodward, Trayson Knopp, Anthony Costales, and Coleman Cragen, all within about a minute of each other, 2:31 and 2:32 elapsed. So there are 8 men now through. I suspect we've seen John Donovan and Finian Jacob Schultz too, or Schult, I'm sorry.
Coleman Cragen, of course, the sleeper, non-sleeper pick amongst those in the know.
And to put it in perspective, I mean, Coleman Cragen's only 4 minutes behind Eli Hans and Jordan, so they're close.
Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be plenty of jockeying to be done. That, I believe, is Ferdinand.
Yep, that's Ferdinand. We've now doing a good job cooling there.
Maybe looking for some trail magic. The magician himself. Looks like he is moved into the top 10 potentially.
Yeah, I'm not getting it to reload on my side, but let's see.
I think that might have been John Donovan.
Donovan.
Hidden Treasure is kind of an interesting place because it's right off of I-17, like maybe, I don't know.
Gloriana Mine.
Or Gloriana Mine, you're right.
It's maybe less than a mile.
Yeah, it's like a half mile off the highway.
Yeah.
And you have to pass it to get to Bumblebee if you're coming from the south. And people want to stop, but it's a big no-no. Like like this is a non-crew aid station. It is there's not a lot of room, and you can't park on the road.
I mean, there's
and block
basically
it.
those parking spaces where the aid station cars are, and that's
it. Yeah. And it's a great spot to view the race from. I mean, obviously, having covered the race since we started live streaming it, I've been out at Gloriana during the race, and it is a fun place to watch the race as somebody working for it. But yeah, it's and I've seen people try it. I've seen people like pull up in their car slowly on the road, waiting for their runner to cross. We've seen it all, folks. We've seen every trick to try and witness it. As we get a gust of wind wreaking havoc on our scenery here in the studio.
Our little aspen tree blew down. I've got it.
The cactus is still holding strong, though. Thanks to everybody tuning in to the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka, the American World Trail Major race. The 100K is today. You are watching that now. The 50K is tomorrow. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. Some more runners through. A name we haven't mentioned yet, Chris, through Gloriana Mine in 2:35, Anthony Williams.
Yeah.
Then Stephen Kirsch. We know Stephen.
Yes.
Ryan Raff, Finian Jacobson Schultz, Cody Poskin, John Donovan, Ferdinand, who we saw earlier, Eralt, Eamon Scullion, Craig Hunt, and Mark Messman are all through Gloriana Mine.
We'll have to get some intel on Anthony Williams, perhaps.
As we mentioned earlier, we would expect to see Molly Sidel maybe in the next 10 minutes, perhaps even less.
Yeah, I'm hoping that our drones pick her up fairly quickly here. So, and this is after Gloriana. This is going to be where things get very interesting for Molly. We spoke with her during the Shakeout show yesterday. She joined us in the studio, and she talked about her complications at Bandera. Obviously, she ran a smoking fast time there, but she did say it wasn't as simple as it seemed, maybe to the outside observer, because she was dealing with the first time having to be much more poignant and guided in her calorie intake and her electrolytes. And she said that was something that she had to work through and learn. So despite her innate talent and her drive and all of her skill, she's still a novice in regards to running ultras, and there are going to be things she learns along the way over the next few hours that are going to shock and awe her, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And she and her coach, Cliff Pittman, I know Cliff has worked very hard in the month since Bandera to work on that electrolyte calorie thing, because it's a challenge for all of us, even the most experienced. So, yes, she will have a learning experience today, or is having a learning experience today, no matter what. I wanted to circle back to something we were talking about with Brett, with the recent announcements that the golden tickets could go as deep as 7 here, based on the finishers who may already be in Western states. Just to remind everybody, in the top 5 Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward already have entry into Western states. Hans from his 8th place finish last year, and Canyon from earning a golden ticket at the Javelina 100. Right, so if the race were to finish right now, Eli Hemming, Jordan Bramlett, and Zach Perrin would have the golden tickets. But keep in mind, you go deeper than that, it's still wide open. Going deeper than that, though, there are no other runners male runners within the top 20 that have entry to Western states right now.
We mentioned Anthony Williams, somebody who was a new individual to us. Anthony Williams, running out of Utah, has a limited, albeit impressive, race resume to this point. Finished 8th at Gorge 100K last year, so inside the top 10. 4th at Pikes Peak Marathon in 2024, and won the UROC 50 miler in 2024 as well.
What was you got a Pikes Peak time there?
Yeah. Okay. 1:49:59 as we tune in and we see Molly Sidel. We said that. Yep, that is her. Those bright shoes. Got to be coming up on Gloriana.
There we go. We have eyes on Molly Sidel, and she has some company.
That leg turnover is absolutely unbelievable.
2:43 is the clock right now. Gosh, those shoes are nice. That's a cool color. Our drone is going to keep an eye on things. Great drone work today.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect conditions too. Maybe a little bit windy, but not a cloud in the sky. And
this is a very short little climb into Gloriana Mine, and then it kind of crests at the road and then goes ever so slightly downhill.
All right, so Molly Sidel, lead woman, Black Canyon 100K, rolling on into Gloriana Mine with 3 other members of the men's field. All right, Molly Sidel
will get. So last year's leads in the women's race, Mary Denholm and Riley Brady came through at 2:51:06. Came through in tandem, and we'll get Molly's split here to see exactly where they are. I mean, 2:45 just by the clock. So you're talking.
Wow, no stop.
Time.
No stop.
No stop. I don't see any visible cooling measures.
She reached for her bottles, probably just to see what they felt like, to see what she had left. This is a roll of the dice, Chris. This is a roll of the dice.
This is bold.
9 miles from where she is right now to where we are right now. Obviously, she knows what she has in terms of fluids and calories.
And I am not one to question an Olympic
No,
bronze
I'm not going to
medalist.
do that. I'm not questioning it, but I'm saying it's
Noting
rolling.
it.
I'm
Yeah, it's
saying
notable.
it's rolling the dice.
Absolutely.
Jen Lichter, no stop either. Okay. They know more than us, Chris.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I mean, well, as we mentioned, it is not very far from Bumblebee to Gloriana.
And Flower.
But it's only about 4 miles from Bumblebee to Gloriana, but you're talking it's 9 from Gloriana to here.
It is. It's a 9-mile exposed section. Now, Ann Flower did top off her bottles. She's running without a vest, a couple of handhelds. So, again, I'm just mentioning rolling the dice. I don't run this fast.
Molly's time was 2:45:13. Wow. And Jennifer's was 2:45:53. So Molly 2:45:13 versus last year's course record. Splits by Riley Brady and Mary Denholm were 2:51:06. So that's basically nearly 6 full minutes off of course record pace at the 24-mile mark.
And Jen Lichter was only 45 seconds behind Molly.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. We've got drone eyes on Molly. Wonderful shot. You can see, like we were mentioning, and like Brett pointed out, it gets a little bit punchy. And I talked with Brett yesterday when he got into town, and one of the things that he said as he was competing in the fast media guy division in the 50K was that he was surprised at how difficult that stretch from Gloriana to Black Canyon City was. Not that it was overly difficult, but just surprising. As we can see, the lead men on the left.
Yep, very good.
Looks like
Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, Jordan Bramblett.
And then Molly on the right.
This is great stuff.
Wonderful to have both leads of the race. Trying to keep eyes. They're just moving so darn fast.
It's about 45 seconds between Molly and Jen Lichter, another 10 or 15 seconds to Ann Flower, who did take a moment to top off her bottles.
Chris Warden and AJW here with you till the top of the hour or thereabouts, at which point our seats will be populated by, I believe it's Skylar Hall, Leah Yingling,
and Hillary Yang.
And Hillary Yang.
Yep.
So, great team that's going to take you through the men's and women's podiums here at the Black Canyon. One of the things I love calling any aspect of a race, but in a race like this, where it basically opens up our 2026 season here at Mountain Outpost, our broadcast is one where, when they ask us what we want to do, I love setting the table.
Yeah,
I love setting the energy in the table, and to be able to witness a race such as this, where you get to watch an Olympian crossover and challenge the best that our best and established in our sport having to offer. It's pretty awesome. And to see 3 guys at the front of the men's pack who are all in their own ways redemption stories for this race. There's so much going on, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage everybody to stay tuned in as long as your Valentine's Day allows. I mean,
and I will say too, it's kind of fun. We set the table, but we're also hanging out at Deep Canyon.
I'm not going anywhere.
A lot of these runners are going to be here in the next little bit here, and we're going to literally have a front row seat to it all. And there's no reason to go anywhere.
Yeah, I love, and we've gotten things so leveled up over the years here at Mountain Outpost. I mean, we had live streamed events since 2018, mostly fixed time events that were static. But our 2021 broadcast of Black Canyon was our first true attempt at covering trail, and I was fortunate enough to be a field anchor for that, and basically leapfrogging aid stations with other broadcast teams and reporting crew. And to be a part of these events and to be able to witness what we have and the growth and, oh my goodness, the picture. You go back and you watch
gosh, yes.
You watch a 2021 versus 2026 broadcast of Mountain Outpost and the ability to bring these shots and these athletes. It has been such a fun voyage.
I will say that the picture, I will say the audio from the field commentators is improved tremendously. The ability that we have to bounce around. I mean, it's so much fun to be a part of.
Yeah, shout out to our producers and our production team. You know, Zach, Marion, keeping it all together, keeping the car on the road. Not only that, but putting the gas pedal to the floor, you know, on these broadcasts.
Indeed. Raising the game each and every time. By the way, Chris, we've got our 4th and 5th women through Gloriana Mine. Tara Dower was about 1 minute behind Ann Flower. And then another minute and a half to Abby Hall. So your top 5 in the women's race: Molly Sidel, Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, Tara Dower, Abby Hall. All of them through Gloriana Mine. And it was about a 3-minute gap. There's a good close-up of our lead 3 men.
And, okay, so, yeah, they're not – we're going to be seeing them in person here not too far off. A little bit of course confusion there. You saw Eli give a couple steps, but they're back on course.
I think
that's Shea
Aquilano. Just seem to remember her in the red hat. Yep.
A true veteran of this race.
In her mid-20s. 7-time participant in her mid-20s.
Oh, looks like we've got
Eric
out in the field at Gloriana. Eric.
We're just getting
we'll flip to Eric when we have him.
Have a second.
But you know, I think that the story of the day in the 2 races, you've got a couple of storylines. You know, on the men's side, the top 3 men, all redemption stories, looking to right something that did not go right for them in the past. You know, Hans Troyer with his 10th place finish a couple years ago, and also having some complications after the race. And then Eli Hemming and Jordan Bramblett both starting out strong before giving way to the field to varying degrees. And then on the women's side, it's Molly Sidel and Can You Catch Me?
Yeah. And a lot of veterans behind her.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
so yeah,
it's pretty wild. You know, we were all so excited when Molly Sidel announced that she was going to run this race, and even yesterday, the fact that when asked point blank by Zach Marion, shout out to Zach for doing this, basically said, "So if you win or if you get a golden ticket, are you taking it?" And she flat out said yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, this is going to be a very interesting second half of this race. I mean, you know, we've had, it's been our pleasure to bring the first, basically the first half of the Black Canyons Ultras 100K presented by Hoka to you, but we're not going anywhere in terms of,
not at all.
We're going to be following along here at.
I also want to mention too, Ann Flower answered that question. She's currently sitting in 3rd place. When I asked her that, she was like, without a pause, "Oh, absolutely, I'm racing for the golden ticket."
I think at this point, if you're going to run these races, you know, you don't know if you're going to get a chance to get back.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick look here. This
a large pack
is
of
a
runners
large
here.
Pack.
Is that is before Gloriana, I want to say, perhaps?
It does. It does look like that section where you drop through that wash, and now they're just 2 or 3 minutes from Gloriana. And as I was mentioning in the folks with entry into Western States already, on the women's side, Tara Dower, who's currently sitting in 4th, and Abby Hall, who's currently sitting in 5th, are already in the race. Tara by virtue of her win at Javelina, and of course, Abby by virtue of her win at Western States. So the current top three, again, if it were to end today and they all took their tickets, it would be Molly Sidel, Jen Lichter, and Ann Flower.
So I have 3 confirmed drops, and I want to give those out here. Tabor Hemming, as Brett Hornig mentioned, sounded like she was having some foot issues at Bumblebee and has dropped. Francesco Pupi is confirmed as having dropped a Hidden Treasure, which makes sense. His split from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure was pretty slow. And former Golden Ticket recipient herself, Ellie Pell,
Okay.
dropped at Antelope Mesa. So
So a few early drops.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, these races can't go perfectly. I do feel like we're seeing fewer people call their day early. But I mean, if they're doing so, then there's a valid reason for it. Obviously, I mean, there's, it's a career. It's not a single race in the case of these individuals. So shout out to them for towing the line, to Ellie, to Tabor, and Francesco.
And I've certainly come around in my, as an old curmudgeon, I was very much of the, DNFs are bad kind of camp, and I'm not there anymore. I mean, and I understand that DNFs happen. You take Abby Hall's DNF at UTMB or David Roche's DNF at Western States. Yes, neither of those athletes wanted to DNF, but that was what the day served them, and they took it. And I think we're at a place in the sport where that kind of old curmudgeon, and I'm the first to admit it, that kind of old curmudgeonly attitude probably isn't appropriate anymore. And I'll say it about myself. I mean, I think if an athlete drops, it might need to have some sort of impact on how you view their entire body of work? Yes. But what that impact is, I think, are we going to judge Francisco Pupi in any more negative way because he fell and could barely lift his arm or whatever it was?
No,
of course we're not, right? So, I mean, I think we need to, context is important.
Yeah, and you can see that in the Ultra Runner of the Year voting. I think that there has been a softening of gauging what a DNF means and realizing that a lot of times, runners feel such immense pressure to participate in races that, maybe they otherwise would have selected out of, and I don't think that it's as much of a negative strike anymore. And I'm glad to hear that as the vice principal of the old school, that you are coming around to that fact, because it really is. It's not a single race dynamic. It's a career. And if a runner opts to call it a day early, it's because they've got years and decades ahead of them, especially in somebody like Francesco's, so young,
Right.
I mean, Tabor's so young. I mean, these runners in their 20s who are, looking at, such a broad view. I mean, they're looking at being, competitive into their 40s potentially. Yeah. And,
I mean, take Tara Dower, right?
Yeah.
She had an incredible year, but she did not finish Western States. We all know that she was battling illness the entire week before.
I was shocked she started.
Considered not starting, ended up not finishing. It was bold for her to start, you know. Or Abby Hall, I mentioned her earlier. I mean, she put it all out there at Western States and may just have not had, enough time to get it all back in time for UTMB. I think those are the kinds of things we need to pay attention to, and I'm the first to admit that I need to update my script, and I'm doing that. I'm here to say, as we're getting ready to sign off, that I'm here to do that.
And before we do sign off, let's go to the field one more time here at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Eric Jenkins, what do you have for us?
Boots on the ground here, Gloriana. Fantastic race going on right now. Really interesting to see how these different teams to handle the aid station. The top three guys all clumped together: Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Jordan Bramblett. Eli Hemming just blew any water. on Sawyer refill, and then Jordan Brown with a full, looked like a full ice bath shower. So even though there was a lot of talk before the race about how, ideal and chilly like it kind of was going to be at the start, you're seeing a lot of these athletes come through the station and really work on their heat management, taking a lot of water all over the body, on the shoulders. Fantastic race. And then we see Molly Sidel coming through in first. It's still
Looks like we lost.
exciting down here.
Oh, there's Eric's audio. Apologies. Eric, could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So it's losing signal out here. It's a great race on the ground here. The men's top three all bunched, all running together. Women's is still top three together, but it's a bit more spaced out, not all running together, packed up. We're seeing through this station, it's seems to be a bit more technical. Would be tough footing if you're starting to feel a bit tired. And we are seeing athletes come by. I'm thinking about Tara Dower, Abby Hall. They're getting some farms.
Looks like we might have lost Eric's audio here. As you can see, the runners at Gloriana.
Great shot here as we near the 3-hour mark. And the front pack of men and front pack of women are en route between Gloriana Mine and here. There's no aid between the two. It's about a 13-kilometer stretch, mostly in bright, wide-open sun. This is the drone shot looking back down the course, that is towards Bumblebee from Gloriana. See some runners continuing on that nice, sweet, winding single track.
And as we wind down our day, I want to thank you, TJ, for the kind words in the chat. What's better than a Chris Ward and AJW trail race coverage?
Thank you.
Maybe a Valentine's Day shakeout run. As you can see, actually behind us, I just kind of came to the realization that things are starting to get very busy here.
Oh yeah, the crews are flowing.
Yeah,
in. We are so in a zone. Wow, the parking lot's full.
Yeah, we've been so focused on what's happening on our visuals. Do we have? Is that here? Okay, so that is the egress to Bumblebee. That is, or not Bumblebee. That is the departure from Bumblebee.
That's the climb up to Bumblebee.
No,
up from Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Sorry, there is no climb up to Bumblebee.
Yeah, I guess we've been so focused on our feed in front of us that I didn't realize that everything around us has been built up.
Yeah.
We're like the old house in the middle of the city where the skyscrapers went up. So
yeah, we're just here like, hey, what's going on?
We're gonna see a whole lot of action and energy from Deep Canyon Ranch, the halfway point of the Black Canyon Ultras 100K race here on this Valentine's Day morning. As we mentioned, Leah Yingling, Hillary Yang, and the incomparable Skylar Hall will be joining the broadcast here, taking the reins from AJW and myself.
I should mention, too, if anybody's out there watching in Arizona, this is a wonderful place to watch the race. Deep Canyon, there's plenty of, I mentioned the parking lot's full. There's plenty of parking. It's a great place to see runners coming and going. It's a great coming together of the community as well.
I just saw
somebody
up the
road from town.
I just saw Michael Miller, a Arizona local. So I was on the broadcast with you in 2024, I believe it was, when I was. I looked at my phone, and I didn't. I was surprised, but I got a text from Michael Miller, and he said, "Hey, watch out for my boy Jupiter."
Oh, that's right.
And so he was somebody in the know. He's out here as an example of people. I mean, you're starting to see crews set up right on the track.
By the way, he was so right on Jupiter. We did not see that coming, and I remember when he first entered into our broadcast, I was like, oh, this isn't gonna last, and man, it lasted.
But we're seeing that now.
Yeah,
That was 2 years in a row where
Right.
we saw somebody come out of not.
Yep, you got to go to the left there. There it goes.
There we go.
You don't want to keep going down that road.
Yeah, there was a bit of a scuttlebutt with somebody going down that road last year. So they made, as you can see, I mean, if you can see the signs from the drone, like they can see them at eye level.
You don't want to go down that road. I mean, it's kind of a shortcut, but you get in trouble.
Yeah, but as has been the case at Black Canyon the last couple of years, I mean, we saw it last year with Will Murray. We saw it 2 years ago with Jupiter Carrera Casas. Will we see it this year in the fact that, I mean, we know him, and there were people who knew Will Murray. They were all back east. But Jordan Bramlett has been one of the stories of the men's race. I mean, Hans Troyer, no surprise there at the front of the race. Eli Hemming led the race last year for 50 miles. But
I would say Jordan is well known regionally.
Yes,
for sure, well known regionally, and has been for a couple of years, but not necessarily on the national level, quite like Hans and Eli and some of the others.
I love the fact that a widespread audience is getting exposed to him, and of course, we have somebody who is basically just dipping their toe for the first time into the ultra running world in Molly Sidel.
Yep.
Of course, probably the best known runner in the entire field, but new to this space, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the second half of this race goes.
And is it a sign of the evolution of the sport that an Olympic bronze medalist is in this race?
I wrestle with that. I do wrestle with that because you kind of wonder whether it's something that. Is it an outlier or is it a harbinger of things to come? I mean, are we going to see more Olympians? I mean, we've seen a few of them around. I mean, we've seen Alexei Pappas, a Greek Olympian, make their way in.
Tomorrow in the 50K, we're going to see Des Linden, a Boston Marathon winner. I'm not sure if she's been an Olympian.
Yeah, but I sidebar, Des is going to blow the doors off that race.
I think we've seen some Olympians or almost Olympians come from cross country skiing to some shorter distance trail runs. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm of the opinion that it's not an outlier. That I think we might see it continue. It may not be a flood of former Olympians coming to the sport, but it could be a little bit of a trail running version of the high-end road cyclists who transition to gravel racing.
See Arizona ultra running legend Dave James in the chat. Shout out to Dave. Hey, Dave, did you ever win this race like back in the early days?
I think Dave. I closed my computer because I think Dave James is talking smack to me about me coming around on my DNF position. Dave and I have talked a lot about that. Dave would be the first to say he was somewhat of a prolific DNFer.
I mean, Dave James was the first person to break 16 hours at Javelina.
He's a fast guy. I mean, when he hit it right, he hit it out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. I mean, because I know that he had kind of scaled back in his racing scene around 2014, 2015, and that was about the time. Black Canyon's first year was 2014, so I can see Hoka's Nathaniel Chan getting a Burrito League
getting some segments in.
They had a
I do think that Dave. I mean, Dave was. I competed a lot with Dave back 15, 20 years ago, and he went out hard every time. He got his money's worth every time, and most of the time looked good doing it.
Oh yeah. I mean, as I was first coming into the scene, he was in his prime. Right?
Oh yeah.
That was, I would say, 2013 or so. 2012, 2013 was when I first started bearing witness to the higher levels of ultra running, and being an Arizona local. I mean, he was one of those people you saw at all the races, and it was like a huge deal if you saw him step in for like a local level 50K or something like that. And yeah, he would come in and like he and Cyan Lupowitz and people like of that generation of Arizona runners.
And he jumped into the fixed times, and he jumped into hard stuff and shorter distance stuff, longer distance stuff. It was a lot of fun.
And that was basically about the time the Walmsley ascent took place. I mean, I remember, before his Western States success, he was working at the old classic iRun store on Indian School here in Phoenix.
Indian School and 48th Street.
And I'm pretty sure Jim sold me a pair of shoes or two along the way. But
here's that little shot at
Ferdinand.
He's got to make that left. There we go.
I have a feeling that Ferdinand is not going to miss any turns on the course this
I don't
year.
think he is.
If you know, you know.
That's well flagged as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've done a great job of making sure everything is marked very heavily. Pacers are starting to get their warm-ups.
Yep, we're looking out our studio here. Runners can pick up pacers at this point.
I see Chris Myers, Western States podium finisher, getting ready to take on a pacing gig. Looks like we've got eyes on. Oh,
that's Jen Lichter. At last view, we had her in second place. Looks like we have a camera on the ground at that little road crossing.
Yeah, the energy here. Once we get our cameras on the ground here at Deep Canyon, you'll be able to see, just what's going on. I'm so glad I got here as early as I did. Got a nice parking spot. Yeah. There we go.
There it is. And ask and ye shall receive, Chris.
Absolutely.
And you didn't even ask. But
and that's only facing, that's the inbound. But, like a full 360 view of it, you can see there are probably...
There's another shot of Deep Canyon. Thank you so much, film crew, there's a finish, the finish line of the 50K right there.
Is that Molly there?
Is that Molly Sidel?
So Jennifer
I think
has
Jen
made the
Lichter
pass.
has passed Molly Sidel. We know there was only about a 45-second gap. Yeah, we can't confirm that, and there's Ann Flower.
So we have a little bit of movement in the front of the women's
this
field.
is great to have this camera out there. Fantastic. That is Ann Flower, third place woman, 50-mile world record holder. Leadville course record holder, taking down Ann Trayson's 1994 course record this past August. Right hot on Molly Seidel's heels.
We'll be seeing Ann Trayson next weekend on Mountain Outpost.
That's right.
But this weekend at Black Canyon, I didn't want to say anything when we saw Jen.
I just wasn't sure if we maybe missed Molly, but of course we didn't miss Molly. So Jen Lichter is in the women's lead at this point.
Seconds ahead of Molly Sidel.
Seconds ahead of Molly Sidel, who is seconds ahead of Ann Flower.
You know what?
Great to have this camera on the ground.
Adam,
this was just fantastic.
Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, Molly got past as it got more technical.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be another interesting.
It's going to be an interesting thing. Good point, Adam, for sure. We may have Tara Dower here. Oh yeah, we do.
You can feel the sparkle from the screen.
Kind of checking her watch. She's hitting that spot. So Tara Dower in fourth place. Oh, what an exciting women's race. Great point on the chat of the technicality, changing the dynamic a little bit. Jen Lichter making the pass of Molly Sidel.
So I'm going to take a peek at what splits we got from Eli last year at Deep Canyon, 331.32.
And we're at 315.
Seth Ruling came in at 3:30.
Oh, yeah, you got to make that turn. Okay, he turned around. Sorry.
Seth Ruling made that at 3:31.40. Yeah, I mean, and it's clearly marked right there.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
3:31.39. Did Will briefly take the lead from... Okay, no. Eli was a couple seconds ahead of Will.
I think
and
Will
Seth.
just sat that whole race. I really do.
Okay, so actually our leader into Deep Canyon Ranch last year was Kenhua Luo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it came in at 3:38.20. No, I'm sorry. No. I was just thinking 3:31. Okay, my mistake. He was actually a couple minutes back. But on that note,
Oh, it looks like we're ready, Chris.
yeah, we are going to take a quick break. AJW, it's a pleasure as always.
It's been awesome, Chris, and we'll hang out here at Deep Canyon, and we'll be back later this afternoon.
In the meantime, we've got Hillary Yang, Leah Yingling, and the one, the only Skylar Hall hanging out here in the studio to bring you through from the second half of the race all the way through to the finishes and the podiums. And we'll see you tonight, but stick around. The Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
See y'all later.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Push your limits on the trails, but the sun is destroying your skin. Don't let the damage stick. The first clinical-grade UV repair system is almost here. Scan now to join the waitlist and secure 40% off launch day. Your skin deserves a pit stop.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where? For whatever's ahead.
When you're far from home, without a phone.
We have an SOS activation from a Garmin Phoenix smartwatch.
What matters most is the power to stay connected. When every second counts. Be safe. SOS on your wrist, only on Phoenix 8 Pro. From Garmin.
much more capable, much better athletes, and just much better stewards of this race, Hillary Yang and Leah Yingling. How are y'all doing?
Oh my God, what a hype man. This
Yeah,
is
thanks.
great.
Thanks for that intro, Skylar. I'm excited to be here. I've been out on course a little bit today trying to take in some of the action, and I'm thrilled by the paces people are running out there. The conditions are amazing, and I think we're seeing some course record times probably going down today.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I also was out there, got to check out the course early on at Antelope Mesa, and by the time we saw them come through Bumblebee, I feel like things had changed already, you know? Very similar to what we were talking about in the pre-race shows, which is just like that first 20 miles will chew you out if you're not careful. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that. I don't know, guys. Do you want to do a little recap of where everyone is? I know we're expecting our leaders, our men into Deep Canyon, where we are very quickly here.
Yeah, I think that's worthwhile. And just for note, last year, Seth Ruling, who went on to win the race, rolled through Deep Canyon Ranch here at 3:31 elapsed, which is in approximately 10 minutes. But we know this men's field today is running considerably under that time. Skylar, do you want to recap what we're seeing on the front side of the men's race right now?
Listen, absurdity. We have a very tight pack. Haven't seen this many men smash together since watching the two-man luge at the Winter Olympics. We've had Bramblett, Hans out front pacing us. We've had reports of Anthony Costales looking incredibly strong, and you see the three leaders on the men's side moving their way here towards Black Canyon Ranch as we speak, just over halfway into the race. What do we have, like 10 individuals still under course record pace coming through at Gloriana, at Bumblebee, and we're going to see, I believe, a little bit of a shake-up here in terms of those gaps blowing up. We know that they finally have their first real climb, and a surprisingly chunky section, of course, between the last aid station and when they arrive here at Deep Canyon Ranch. So as much as we've seen the women sort of have some ankle biters, we might see some men finally coming in with a little bit of blood on themselves as well.
Yeah, I think you're so right. It's interesting. Everyone leaves Bumblebee still in pretty good condition, although a surprising amount of blood for that early in the race. Like, not going to lie, there was a lot more bloody knees going on. But yeah, going up to Gloriana is really when you get into that more technical rockiness that is the second half of this course. And I think this is really the first moment when we see if people played the first 20 miles well.
And you see the men are dropping down. They're about 250 meters up, a bit of a steep downhill, and then they'll hit that left-hander right through those Hoka beacons that you see on your screen. And we'll do a nice little out and back here at Deep Canyon Ranch, so I'm sure we'll get the ambient noise as the crews behind us are very well set up and ready to rock.
Yeah, and notable DNF so far in the men's race. Favorite Francesco Pupi pulled out earlier from the race due to injury, and we also see Blake Slatengren is a recent DNF as well.
Yeah, it was, a shame to see Francesco take a fall so early on in the race. But, obviously smart to call it. He's already got his golden ticket. There's no point in slogging it out and doing more damage. But this race is deceptive right from the beginning, even on the stuff that's not supposed to be technical.
And you can see on our screen there, we're about 3 hours, 23 minutes elapsed into this race. You can see the men's trio coming down into Deep Canyon Ranch where our studio is located. They are probably less than a minute or two out from us down here in the studio. And they are running considerably faster than Seth Ruling's 3:31 into here last year. So probably about 5+ minutes up on that time. Absolutely flying. It is a beautiful day today. I don't even think it's 60 degrees yet, but from reports on course, it is starting to feel warm to them. And this last section they're coming off of is completely exposed in the sun. And we see these guys cooling early. So it's going to be very important, especially from this point forward, that they're not wasting any time, but they're also taking care of themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be especially critical because you have people right on you to not make a critical error, because this next section coming out of Deep Canyon Ranch is also very, very technical and it can be very tactical as well. So we have Jordan, Hans, and Eli all coming in here to the this last little downhill section, and they'll make the left onto the Burrito League segment.
Oh, no way.
It's right here, right in front of us.
Into Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. I will note Jordan was also in a similar position last year and sort of had some struggles towards the end. Eli obviously also had a bit of a fall off in that last 15 miles of the race. So critical that they don't make any unforced errors here that could have similar impacts on their 2026 race as it did for 2025.
I like you talking about the guys who are veterans here. Last year, Jordan Bramlett was a little bit off the lead here, went out at a hot pace. Eli Hemming also went out at a hot pace, but these guys are running about 5 to 8 minutes faster than those splits last year, and so far they look comfortable.
Yeah, it's fun to see them all rolling through here as a pack. Like, I'm sure this is going through Eli's head. He talked about it yesterday, just knowing what went wrong last year and obviously trying to run within himself. But those three are not letting each other go right now, so there's a certain amount of just settling in and hoping it's enough. You can hear the crowd cheering as they go by us in the studio here at Deep Canyon.
That's Hans Troyer in the Hoka kit, Jordan Bramlett in the white long sleeve shirt, Eli Hemming wearing the Adidas Terex kit.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Myers is running along with Eli.
Looks that way.
Offering some support.
What a crew. You know, it kind of gives me a flashback, too, to 2024 when Hans came through here with Hayden Hawks in the lead, and he was sort of the unknown at that point, definitely the kid. And I wonder how he's feeling just being back here now. A couple more years of experience under his belt, hopefully some better fueling and hydration than he had in 2024.
Yep, and we see Hans there really cooling down, taking the water dousing to the back. Looks like Jordan Bramlett is heading towards his crew over there. We heard Brett in the field earlier say that Hans told his crew to stick to the plan, keep cooling, just keep all the actions coming. We see his ice bandana go on there too. So I think he is well aware of what the controllables are here and is taking care of all of them. Chris Myers and Eli Hemming side by side there running out.
Also iced up. So it'll be interesting to see how Jordan is looking as he comes through here as the third part of that triumvirate. Hans out here on a vibe right now. Clearly feeling himself.
There he
Love
goes.
to see it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. For a day that was supposed to be cooler, I saw people icing pretty early and also just like soaked with sweat early. Like, it's still warm out there, and that desert sun is very direct.
And this is, you see Chris Myers alongside Eli Hemming there. Deep Canyon Ranch is the first place you can pick up a pacer in this race. We're about halfway through at mile 32, just over the 50K mark. And looks like Eli is taking a pacer here with Chris Myers, who has a lot of experience in the 50K course here.
That's a solid team going out there right now.
And between Hans and Eli, we're looking at maybe 60 meters, just a function of 10 or 15 seconds. So Hans might also get a free pacer off the deal. Jordan now heading out behind us. Looks to be with a newly added pack and some ice on him as well, looking very wet. So he'll look to be pacerless as he chases down the top two men heading out of here. But all three of our top three now safely out of Deep Canyon Ranch, under 3.5 hours.
And this is a pretty significant gap that they've put into fourth and fifth place since Gloriana Mine. We had Zach Perrin in fourth there. We have not seen him roll through here yet. He was less than a minute back at Gloriana Mine, and no signs of him yet through here. So that last section may have proved to be challenging for some of these runners. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of these gaps grow over the course of the next sections here.
It's interesting for those following in the chat. So only Eli took a pacer out of Deep Canyon. So you are allowed to pick up a pacer here, but it's interesting to see Hans and Jordan both decide to keep going on their own. I mean, honestly, Hans looks so stoked on life that I don't think he needs anyone else to vibe off of. He's doing great.
Absolutely, and it looks like we might have fourth place now entering into Deep Canyon Ranch.
And
I was going to say, very important, with being in out and back here at Deep Canyon Ranch, for the top three to be completely out of the aid station before fourth comes in can be a bit of a spirit breaker. But here we are.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about in the pre-show, is just this out and back and then Black Canyon, the longer out and back there. These are critical sections for beta. For a lot of runners, you have no idea how far ahead the people are from you. And so breaking that elastic here, especially for that lead pack of men, just like, that's a move. That's probably their dream scenario right there.
Yep, and this is Zach Perrin in fourth. He is from Montana. He's been here before. This is the highest I think he's been up in the field this late in the race. We're about halfway through the race right now. He looks solid. Looks like he might be feeling a little bit of those early miles, but does look to be taking care of himself with hydration and cooling at this point in the game.
All right, and just for those of you wanting a little recap, so at Deep Canyon, we now have our top men coming in. I believe Canyon Woodward is either here or just about to be here as well. So we've got Jordan Bramlett, Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, all very close together in that front pack. Zach Perrin, Canyon Woodward, and then following that for M6, we've got Trayson Knopp, Anthony Costalis in M7, Coleman Cragen, Anthony Williams in 9th, and Stephen Kirsch in male 10. So that is our top 10 men. We've seen half of those so far, but they're coming in fast and furious.
And right before we took our seats here in the studio, we had a big move on the women's side out in the field with Jen Lichter overtaking Molly Sidel to lead the women's race. We should be expecting them here in probably 20 plus minutes, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So what we know so far from the field is Jen Lichter leading the race, Molly Sidel in second, Ann Flower third, Tara Dower fourth, and Abby Hall in fifth.
Yeah, and then we've got Shea Aquilano, Eleni Matteries, Riley Brady in F8, and then where's the rest of our... Closing it out, we have Jenna Bensko and Sydney Welch. So that's our top 10 women. Again, this is just based on Gloriana splits, and I feel like there's some movement happening right now, so we will probably see that top 10 change a bit as we hit Deep Canyon.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we should know last year's winner of the women's race was Riley Brady. Riley ran a course record. We had reports out from the field that Riley's running on those splits, if not just a little bit under them today, and is feeling amazing and controlled. So I'm curious how some of these veterans will compare to the people who are running 100K for their first time, like Molly and Jen. There's a lot that goes into running 100K and running it well, and it's a long way.
It's fascinating to me. We were just chatting about that, Leah, before we went on air. Like, we have 200K rookies leading the women's race. Both of them incredible athletes. Both of them were very high in the conversation for the podium at this race. But again, it's a lot of pressure to put on them for their first 100K debut. And it's a lot of things that have to go right all the way to the finish line.
Absolutely. And I think we start to see some of those decisions really come into play after 50 miles where they kind of compile on each other over time.
Yeah, I mean, this back half of the course, we're all waiting for it to see if the strategies at the front played out. And I think especially for some of these unknowns, for Molly, for these women where we don't know how they do on the technical terrain, you know, like Ann Flower, like there's a lot of women where we haven't seen them execute on a course like this to this extent. So it'll be really interesting and exciting to see that play out. Obviously, we have our veterans in there. We've got Tara, Abby, and Riley, who all know exactly what they're doing and all looked very comfortable coming through Bumblebee. So I feel like you cannot count them out. They are very much in the mix. It's very small amounts of time separating our field at this point.
Definitely. And something to note, Joe McConaughey, who got a ticket here last year, placed third place in the field. And he said he was back in like 30th place at mile 10, 20th place at mile 20, and then worked his way up to 15th, and then slowly crawled his way up to the front. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that happen today too. You really can't count yourself out, but you do have to be in the mix, maybe in one of these chase packs throughout the day to really give yourself a chance. We see Anthony Costalis coming through. He's our M7. And just in the last couple minutes, we saw Canyon Woodward, Trayson Knopp as well coming through. And that's Trayson on the screen right there. Trayson's trains in Alaska, and he's been at this race a couple times. Most recently made the world's team in the 80K after a great race at the Gorge 100K last year.
I feel like he's strategically looking for sunshine this time of year.
I think I would too. I think Alaska's having the best snow year of just about any state in the U.S. right now.
Someone in the chat was asking about Riley Brady and whether we think that their strategy is what they planned. Just so you guys know, coming into Bumblebee, Riley was exactly on their splits from the course record from last year. And I think that's really important to note. So it's like, yes, everyone's going out really fast. Yes, it's exciting. Riley is running exactly the race they ran last year, and that worked out pretty well. And so we'll see. Again, to your point about Joe McConaughey last year, Leah, like we just don't know if these fast early runners can hold on that long. And so it's a gamble to go out with that front.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep seeing, or we talk about there's less blowups. People are going out harder, and there tends to be less blowups. But law of large numbers, if this many people are going out this hard, this far ahead of course record, something has to give. You can't have 10, 12, 14 people all stick the landing. So, the vets might be thinking, Riley thinking, hey, 2 of them have to come back to me. And if 2 of them come back to me, then I'm in golden ticket range, and I just have to kill it the last 5 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, and worth noting, Joe was 6 minutes back from Eli Hemming and Seth Ruling at this aid station last year, and he snagged one of those tickets. People like Anthony Costalis and Trayson Knopp are only 6 minutes off the leaders right now. So I would say anybody in this M1 through M7, they're in contention. And if we're talking golden ticket recipients, Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward are both already into Western States. So we know the tickets as of this year can roll down through 7th place at these super golden ticket races like Black Canyon. So it's really anyone's game. And maybe one of those guys who gets a golden ticket later on might even decline it.
Yep. Stranger things have happened here at Black Canyon. All right. So, yeah, we're sort of seeing the last of our top 10 men coming through Deep Canyon Ranch right here. And like you said, Leah, everyone's so close right now. It's really separated by gaps of 30 seconds.
Yep, and that's looks like we got Anthony Costalis on our screen. He's being crewed by his wife, Katie.
Looks like he's picking up a pacer as well.
And he is sporting one of the Radical Airflow Nike shirts that we saw sported last year at Western States. So that probably is working quite nice on a warmer day like today.
Leah, if you're looking for your husband, I just saw him on screen, so.
Easy to identify.
Proof of life is always good. From these shots, you really get an appreciation for the out and back nature of the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. Like, you can look your competitors dead in the eyes and see if they are going to chase you down in this section of Black Canyon City, or you just completely break them, like Anthony Costalis just being so smooth right there and breaking the will of the people just behind him.
And Anthony is a prior winner here at Black Canyon. He won over Tom Evans just a few years ago, taking a golden ticket, unsponsored at the time, led to a Nike sponsorship, and then an eventual podium at Western States. So really great to see Anthony on the start line and out there crushing it today. He was a pretty recent entrant to the race, which, knowing Anthony, that usually means he must be feeling good if he puts his name on the list about 3 weeks out from the race.
I feel like there was quite a bit of movement in the Black Canyon entrance field the last second. There's a lot of people that were like, okay, is my training there? Yeah, I think it's there. We're going to go for it.
Definitely. And Anthony's someone that doesn't share all of his training, but you know when you get an Anthony drop on Strava that it usually means it's something good. And I think recently we saw some pretty amazing tempo runs from him in the low 5-minute pace. And Anthony has a lot of speed. In probably 7-8 years ago, 2:13 marathoner. He hasn't run a road marathon in a few years now, but I know he still has a lot of that leg speed that he brings to races like Black Canyon that suit him quite well.
Really fun being out here at Deep Canyon as all these runners go past us. I think this is one of my favorite parts. And, you know, it's only the second time they get to see their crew, too. So you've got Bumblebee and then Deep Canyon. So there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement out here.
Yes, and this is the finish line for the 50K race tomorrow. Great vibes out here, beautiful day. Our studio is here at Deep Canyon Ranch. We get to see them in and out. I know pacers are quite contentious these days, but our 100K runners can pick up a pacer here at this aid station who can then share the last half of the race with them. And we will be keeping an eye on the women's field as well. We'll keep an eye out for them into Deep Canyon Ranch here. Last year, Riley Brady rolled through here exactly on the 4-hour mark. So we do know that our women's race is running a bit under the course record. I'd probably say 5 to 7 minutes right now. So we will expect them about 3 hours, 55 minutes elapsed here into Deep Canyon Ranch. So probably in the next 15 minutes.
I also love, and I don't know, Jamil is just like on top of everything, but he has a Burrito League segment set up here at Deep Canyon for those of you that followed along with that during January. And we've seen runners going back and forth doing the Burrito League. And I feel like some of the photographers and crew could probably give them a run for their money. Everyone's just doing laps back and forth here. But
I mean, yeah, if you're on the media team and you don't have your Strava up and going as you're out there in the field, you're just
What are you doing?
You're missing miles. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Now, absolute shout out to our camera crews, our infield commentators out there, helping bring in all of these images to your screens at home. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
Can we also talk about that race purse?
We have to talk about race purse.
That's fun.
Who wants to tell our audience what the race purse is all about?
So race purse is an opportunity for everyone at home to share in the glory that is the competitive race. So race purse is your opportunity to kick in a few dollars that go directly to the pockets of the podium on both the men's and women's side of your chosen race. So it's launching here at the Black Canyon Ultras for both the 100K and 50K. So if you're watching at home and you see that ticker in the corner, $13,697, that's going to be split amongst our podium for the 100K for the men and the women. So if you're excited by what you're seeing, you're stoked, you're getting the vibes, you are like, I now want to go run, kick a couple dollars in. If everybody who's watching kicks in, $1, that's real money in these runners' pockets that can help them level up their game for Western States should they get a golden ticket. And, just keep these vibes high for them.
We do know that the prize purse is matched by Mountain Outpost. So we will be seeing our winners get a nice pocket change today.
Well, and like you were saying too, Leah, a lot of these runners are unsponsored, and they end up with sponsorships after a breakout performance at a race like Black Canyon. So that money really does go a long ways towards just them being able to do this at the level that you have to. You have to treat it like a full-time job if you want to be competitive. And so for a lot of these runners, it really is a big deal. It's fun to see. I love this.
I mean, even if it's just taking an extra week off of work to go down to the course at Western States and put in a little training camp like that can be the difference in somebody's race experience and what they can do on the day. So much talk about training camps that occurred on this course, helping somebody out to achieve their dream after the Black Canyon Ultras. You can contribute. So hop on in to Race Purse presented by Mountain Outpost. Kick a little bit of coin, choose your emoji of choice, and let's keep hyping up the athletes that entertain us while we're not doing the runs we should be doing right now.
We've had eyes on about 15 male runners come through Deep Canyon Ranch so far. Again, we are about halfway into the 100K race here. Our studio is located just behind the little archway that you see on screen. We had Jordan Bramlett, Hans Troyer, and Eli Hemming all come through together, battling it out in the front. Hans Troyer already has a ticket into Western States, so he's just here for the competition and the good racing today.
Just looking at our DNF list on the women's side, I don't believe we went through that, but we have had a couple notable drops. We had Tabor Hemming drop at Bumblebee, and then Jade Beldsberg also pulled out at Bumblebee, and I noticed she dropped back quite a bit when she came back through there. Adam Mary also dropped at Bumblebee. Blake Slatengren, as you mentioned, Leah. Obviously, Francesco Pupi as well did not have his day. Ellie Pell. So there's a few names in there where they're like very strong runners, very experienced, and just for whatever reason, so many things can happen.
Absolutely. The tight racing, sometimes running outside your comfort zone, outside what you're trained for, that can lead to some GI distress. We usually see some of the GI issues start to manifest a little later in the race, which I'm curious what we'll see out there today, because I'm sure these runners are pushing lots of carbohydrates, lots of hydration, and also lots of ice on their bodies.
You know, it was something at Bumblebee I noticed Molly Sidel did not do any sort of cooling mechanism. So she refilled bottles and all that. And she was talking yesterday on the pre-show about how it's all new to her, right? Like even electrolytes was sort of the first time she's tried electrolytes was in her build leading up to this, and just the amount of calories. And you do have to wonder, like seeing Abby and Tara, they were soaking early on, you know, just like a lot of that is experience, and it's knowing that you have to cool down before you're hot.
Yes, exactly. Especially on a 60-degree Fahrenheit day like it is today. It doesn't feel that hot until it feels that hot later on. The miles do their damage, and the heat really does kind of bake in later on. And I think the veterans know what that's like. The people who have been at Western States, been at Black Canyon, been at Javelina, they know how to take a step back and really take care of those things. So curious how much Jen Lichter, who is new to this distance, new to this race, Molly Sidel, also new to trail running largely in general, if they're watching the people around them and making similar decisions out there, or if they're just going off a feel for what they think is right for them.
If I had to guess, I would say they're going off a feel. If I had to suggest, I would say they should look at the other women around them for advice or just like what they're doing, because a lot of these ladies know.
Well, it's hard to look at what other people are doing when you are taking out the pace hot and there's
When you're
nobody
in front of
around
them.
you.
That's a good point, Skylar. You're not wrong. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the boldness. Like you could just see for Jen and Molly, they were looking forward. They're not looking around. They're running their day. And I love that. I love the competitiveness of it, you know.
Is there anybody in the top 10 in the men and women's side that you guys are surprised to see up there today?
There's definitely a few names. Yeah. I mean, on the men's side, I feel like, you know, Jordan Bramblett, I know he's done well, but also hasn't maybe finished as well as he wanted to, but it wasn't really high on my radar. Kenyon Woodward was one of my dark horses, so it's nice to see him sort of up in that mix. And same with Coleman Cragen. But like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, Francesco dropping early sort of changed a lot of people's fantasy free trail picks. And it's just going to be interesting to see how the rest of the field does now that it's just wide open, right?
For me, the men's side kind of makes sense. Not terribly surprised. On the women's side, personally, I think Ann Flower being that far up this early, you know, there was some concern, some rumblings of folks who, we know she's fast, but we haven't seen her in a competitive environment. Like she's basically been, you know, time trialing off the front in some pretty fast efforts. So to see her like really stick her nose in it and be comfortable running around people is a pleasant surprise. And then Eleni, who's sitting in 7th, Eleni Matarese.
Yeah. And
what?
Yeah, 2:37 marathoner. And I'm curious how easy those first 20 miles feel to somebody that runs 2:37 for the marathon, because that's a fast marathon time. These women are running, I think, about 7-minute pace for the first 20 miles to Bumblebee. Men are running closer to that 6-minute threshold. So if you're used to running, you know, low 6-minute pace for the marathon, 7-minute pace actually feels quite easy.
Very smooth, yeah.
However, the course challenges you pretty extremely after Bumblebee Ranch, and I think that's why we're seeing some of these gaps start to stretch at this point at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Speaking of gaps stretching out at Deep Canyon Ranch, we have eyes on Jen Lichter.
Yes, we do.
Cruising on down, probably just a little over a quarter mile out, gonna chicane over here to the right before that steep downhill, as you see all of the crew parking in the background there. But Jen absolutely putting on a show here in the fresh ACG kit.
Riley Brady came through here at 4 hours elapsed last year. What do you guys think about the time we're seeing on the clock right now?
She's going to be an easy 10 minutes ahead of that.
Easily.
She's very close. It's really, I just kind of got goosebumps watching her fly down that. She looks so smooth. Great drone shot, by the way. Shout out to our drone pilots here, just crushing it. But this is really fun to get to see her in action, and she looks very in control. She's not looking around either. She's just like, yep.
And Jen is a great trail runner. One of my favorite races to see her in on the live stream last year was her Trans-Gran Canaria Marathon, where she just raged from start to finish, led wire to wire, and just looked so comfortable on that terrain. It reminds me of the desert terrain that we're seeing here, and Jen is just cruising over it. She recently just switched sponsors from North Face to ACG, and I know got a new coach last year. She's being coached by John Fitzgerald under CTS and has been absolutely throwing down the mileage in training, clocking, I think, a 140-plus mile week, at least once in training. So Jen is somebody who is truly going all in on the sport right now, and we're seeing that showcased with this lead that she's really stretched out here as she comes into the halfway mark at Deep Canyon Ranch.
And you see her already getting the vest off so that as soon as she's in this crewable zone, she can go for the quick transition. And the upside of the out and back nature is an adept crew will be able to hand something off early, let the runner do the full lollipop, and then throw something back to them as they're about to exit over here. So we'll see if Jen or some of the other women who are getting ready to come here shortly employ that strategy to waste as little time as possible here at the halfway mark.
And like we mentioned, Jen is stepping up in distance today. She's been hanging out at the marathon and 50K distance for the last 4 years or so, having a great performance on the world stage at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships just a few years ago in the short distance. 3-time winner, course record at the Rut, at Speed Goat. Jen is absolutely crushing it. She was supposed to race for Team USA in Canfranc back in September at Worlds, but unfortunately faced an injury. Sounded like she is channeling all of that training to this race out here today as she steps up in distance. She's done 2 50-milers before at winning the JFK 50 mile and being in the top 5 at Les Templiers out in France.
All right, you can just hear the crowd behind us roar as Jen comes into the aid station. Like you guys said, this is a fun lollipop because you do get that chance to see her. She loops around, she comes back. Her crew gets a lot of beta. Yeah, let's just catch the aid station vibes for a second here. Or we did. But they're high, you guys. It's great. It's really fun. It's high energy.
And Jen was unsure if she was going to take a pacer out there today. I know she's being crewed by her coach, John Fitzgerald, and her partner, Nick Cornell, and is debating on the pacer decision later on. Looks like they're doing all the ice.
Bandana on. Sponge bath. Gotta love a good sponge bath.
Jen, here's your water bottle. Okay, is mine. Yeah, I got it. Let's hold that in your hand, okay? Self-care.
I'm just steady right now.
Yeah. Keep taking care of yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Our girl.
That's fine.
Our girl.
In there. It's fine. Oh, girl.
Do you need anything else?
I just need to. Oh, yeah.
Spot. You're taking this.
Oh.
Yeah, that you.
You're flying this way?
Thanks. That looks like Jen Lichter is taking a pacer out of Deep Canyon Ranch. One of the concerns she told her coach was she's curious if her pacer can keep up later on, and that was one of her fears, is having to worry about your pacer keeping up and worry about somebody other than yourself because she's never had a pacer in a race like this before. So curious to see if her pacer kind of plays that role of reminding her how to eat, how to drink.
All right, we just had Ann Flower come in, you guys, so that's a huge move. Ann Flower made her move into second place coming in. I know we were talking about her and the fact that this is her first time really going up against the stacked field, but looks like she's here for it.
And that means Jen and Ann will likely pass each other.
Yeah, speaking of that beta, right? Like they know exactly how far apart they are right now.
And that's with Jen taking about a 45 to 50 second complete stop to talk to her coach, talk to the crew. Being reminded, hey, take care of yourself. Like, yes, the pacer will be there for you, but they were very clear with Jen, like, you need to take care of yourself. And she was cognitively there and locked in. So passing each other here, Jen on her way out in first place, halfway into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Meanwhile, we've got Ann Flower cruising on in, and Tara Dower with the whole posse. Tara was like legit smiling while drinking water and talking to everybody, so that's terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying, literally.
And we see Ann going out there on the screen. I know Ann is not taking a pacer out here today. She really wants to just race people, and she said she feels like her pacer will be whoever's in front of her out on the trail.
And then she also followed that up by saying, until I pass them, and then I'll find somebody new to pace me. So I think that says a lot about Ann's mentality right now, you guys.
How do you guys feel about these top 3 women that we just saw roll through here when you're thinking about energy, smiles, pace? What's your main takeaway?
I mean, I feel like all of them look so solid. I really appreciated Jen's transition.
Molly.
Is that Molly coming in?
Molly is now in the aid station as well.
All right, well, we know that a couple moves were made because Molly wasn't first leaving Gloriana, but she's still right there. Like, these ladies are so close together, so a little bit of shuffling. Molly might be sort of adjusting to the more technical terrain in this section, maybe recalibrating a little bit. And I hope we're able to see her aid station transition, because I know that's something we were curious about. I thought Jen's was excellent, wasn't
I thought
it?
Jen's was excellent, and I will say I think Jen looked the strongest and fastest coming through here and seemed to look the most calm. And I would say Molly looks like she's run, 31 miles at this point, but honestly, she's looks surprisingly good for being passed by a few people on that last section.
Molly is technically in uncharted territory from here on in, which is something crazy to think about. Yeah, it's really great to see Tara in this mix. When we saw her at Bumblebee, she was close behind the lead pack, and now she's just sort of asserted herself in that lead pack, which is probably exactly where she wanted to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're hopefully going to get some data on whether Molly takes ice, but it does look like she's taking a bit of a longer crew break here, which is good to see, and I think very necessary.
And Tara Dower is leaving the aid station. You can see at the bottom of your screen. This is 6 minutes before she rolled through here last year when she ran the second fastest time in race history. So all 4 of these front women right now are running well under course record pace from last year, which was set by Riley Brady, who we have yet to see here at Deep Canyon Ranch, but I assume we will be seeing any minute, probably running close to their own course record splits from last year here.
And just putting it in historical context, if you take last year out of it, these top 4 women are all coming through this aid station approximately where in 2023, 2022, 2021, people who are running 8:16 on the men's side were coming through this aid station. So the fact that they're here and taking better care of themselves than people tended to do back in the day, 8:16 might be the floor at this point, and it's really just a function of how much under this course record are we really going to hit. So this is just putting in perspective. We're not just chasing a course record. They're like legitimately throwing down compared to like the historical men's times we've seen on this course.
That is fun. It's always fun for Leah and I to get to look at some of these splits and see the women just like getting closer and closer to these men's times and gaining that confidence and experience. And yeah, today is a perfect example of that. There's so many of these ladies that have the potential to run a blazing fast day, especially in these conditions. Molly just leaving the aid station.
Still talking to her coach all the way through the zone.
And Molly's being coached by Cliff Pittman. They've done a lot of work together over the last couple months after her New York City Marathon, really getting her ready for her debut here on the trails. She ran Bandera 50K, running the outright win back in January, and then stepped right up in distance to the 100K here. And we've got Abby Hall on the screen. She is running in 5th place right now. She looks awesome.
She does. Do you think she saw anyone on the out and back, or they were already gone? They just left, kind of, right?
We might see one cross.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. I love the high fives. Again, like the women's race, man. Like you can be super competitive, you can throw down, but it was really fun to see those high fives for these ladies coming through.
And Abby, last year's Western States winner, coming to this race truly for the competition, to race against the best, commented that, she loves the desert. She's from Flagstaff. These feel like home trails on her. She's been throwing down in her training and seems absolutely fit to go after it today. So I think she's running in a happy spot out there today, too, and looked really controlled.
I'm so curious to get her thoughts post-race on just the whole experience. Like, you're out in the desert, there's nobody around, then you come into these aid stations and just everyone's sort of having a big party and goes crazy, and then you're back out there. Like, it's so different from that road marathon where you have the constant stream of, attention and people and all that. And we are focusing on the women's race right now because they are the ones coming through Deep Canyon Ranch. We are so excited to see them. For those of you who are following along and have questions about the live tracker, since there are a few questions around that, it looks like it's sorting itself out. There was maybe a few timing things with some of the chips, but it looks pretty good right now. So hopefully we'll do a top 10 rundown shortly. I think our women are coming up on the top 10, and then we'll give you guys a full update on who's who as we leave Deep Canyon. And we are over the halfway mark, you guys.
That is
just
wild.
like that.
I do think we should be expecting our lead men into Black Canyon City quite soon. Last year, Seth Ruling, our men's winner and course record setter, rolled through there at 4 hours, 11 minutes elapsed. So our men this year are running about 5 to 7 minutes under that course record. So probably about five minutes from now, we'll get eyes over there, and we'll likely have some eyes on the field on the ground to give us an update of what they're seeing go down there.
Absolutely, yeah. It's about 5 miles from here at Deep Canyon Ranch to Black Canyon City, so we will get a vibe check from the men's race and obviously keep eyes here on the women's race. Looks like Abby Hall taking some sort of protein?
It looks like that.
Yeah, like a shake or something, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, Abby Hall, she's got nothing to prove. She's got her, obviously, ticket back to Western States. I think it's interesting to see her sort of evaluate the day. She's still very much in the mix, but maybe sort of running through the scenarios of just like how many matches she wants to burn out there and where to burn them. She's also such a smart and experienced racer. She knows exactly how her body's feeling.
Yeah, Abby's going to be a very interesting person, a very interesting factor here in the next hour and a half of this race. I think, for her personally, 5th place last year, obviously knocked it out the park at Western States, but she might have a chip on her shoulder about this course and this race specifically because, she got the roll down of the golden ticket. She didn't necessarily, she earned it, but she didn't earn it, if you know what I'm saying. So she might have something to prove. Also, being mentally locked in is a skill. Like, you don't want to be good at Western and then not really have another victory until having to show up again at Western. So just trying to stay engaged and competitive mentally, I think is going to be important for her. And then if she catches up to Molly, that's the best person for Molly to rock with.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who knows this course, has been very good at it, didn't quite win it last year, but clearly has executed well and knows how to compete. That's the exact person Molly needs to latch onto since Molly didn't go out with the pacer. So if that catch happens, that might actually be super beneficial for Molly Sidel as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a great point, Skylar. I know talking to Abby yesterday, she was very clear that Black Canyon was an A race for her, independent of anything else. She was excited about this particular race and getting to race the best women in the sport. And that's what we're seeing. We've got Shea Aquilano on screen now at Deep Canyon. Again, that heat cooling stuff is coming into play, like for all the talk of the cooler temperatures, you can see that everybody is needing that ice, needing that water.
Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, you have our top 2 men, Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming.
With
plus
Pacer.
Chris Myers hanging out there in the middle. So just 3 dudes out on a casual run heading into Black Canyon City.
We got Shea on the left side of our screen. Shea just rolled through here 6 minutes faster than last year, and Abby's running about 10 minutes faster than she did here last year as well. So, these runners might be looking a little worked when we see them at the halfway point, and it's likely because they probably are. They're running a bit faster. They're being pulled by the competitive nature of this field out here today, and I think the conditions are really going to lend itself to fast times out there.
So we are just over 4 hours into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost channel. On your screen right now, you've got the top 2 men, Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming, as well as Chris Myers there pacing. The question we have to ask ourselves, where's Jordan Bramblett?
This is true. That elastic got broken through here. That is sort of fascinating to see. Just like we said, they all left so similarly, but this is really where I think that field will differentiate, and we're seeing that now.
I think we saw something similar with Jordan Bramblett here last year. Right after Deep Canyon Ranch, he started to slowly fall off the lead pack that he was with early on. And I know he's put a lot of time and effort out on this course. I hope he can still stick with these guys, but we're currently not seeing him on the screen running with our 2 men leaders, Eli Hemming and Hans Troyer.
So we should have these gentlemen hitting Black Canyon City timing mat somewhere in the next 4 to 7 minutes, and that'll give us the official countdown clock to 3rd place, who we believe is still Jordan Bramblett, as well as a massive chase pack behind them. We had 7 men within 11 minutes of each other coming out of Deep Canyon Ranch, and yet another tight pack just behind. So anything can be happening in this section. This is also where we're going to have that second out and back section. So if you've broken the elastic and the spirit of your competitors, you're going to be able to look them dead in the eyes on the Black Canyon City out and back and be like, yeah, this is my time to shine.
This is what you live for, right, Skylar?
This is it. Like, we don't have enough trash talk in trail, but you can look someone dead into the windows of their soul and know that you've broken them, and that can be a motivating factor as you get into the heat of the day, because once you leave Black Canyon City, things get very real very quick. You have the largest climb. You've got all that winding territory. You're not going to be able to see the folks down the trail in front of you the way you can in the first half of the race. You can get out of sight very quickly. So break the spirit before Black Canyon City, and you might find a way to coast in as these gentlemen, Eli and Hans Troyer, your first and second place male, are coasting into Black Canyon City as we speak.
We did have Eleni Matarisi come into Deep Canyon Ranch just after Shea Aquilano as our 7th female. She's looking awesome. Young gun, 22 years old.
Yeah, it's exciting to see her up there. Like we were saying earlier, she wasn't in a lot of our top picks, and that's the fun thing about this race is anyone can come and throw down, and it's such a good fitness test, and sometimes you might not even know what your fitness is like until you get out here and see how you're stacking up. So I wonder what's going through her head right now. I'm sure a lot of feelings and just trying to keep focused and not think about it too much, but that must be very exciting.
It has to be.
Just to be right up there.
And this is definitely her biggest step up in distance to date. Raced a lot of shorter stuff. Mammoth Trail Fest, 3rd place, behind 2 stellar women there. Yeah, she's crushing it out there today. I'm curious to see as she kind of charts into, territory she's not been in before, how she handles that. We've got Eli Hemming leading that pack on the screen there. Or no, that's Hans leading Eli out of there. Both filled up their ice bandanas and are on their way.
Yeah, Eli getting the full water over the head from Chris Myers. Hans taking advantage of the fantastic volunteer crews out there at the aid station. 30 seconds of stoppage time for those 2 gentlemen, and they are working with each other on the way out. And reminder for those at home, Hans doesn't need the golden ticket. So in Eli's head, obviously you want the win, but you're also sitting there like, I am in control of the first golden ticket into Western States for this year. So that's also got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief as they are 37.5 miles into this 100K adventure.
Yeah.
Hans really has nothing to lose here, too. He's coming off a great JFK just this past fall, nearly missing the course record there set by David Sinclair just a couple years ago. And I think he shocked a lot of people with that performance, but also didn't shock a lot of people at the same time. We know Hans is really good on runnable terrain, and a course like this, we saw him debut here against Hayden Hawks just a few years ago and ended up putting himself in the hospital, but living to see another day and rage another course here at Black Canyon. And he's looking awesome out there, kind of leading the charge today.
I love that he's in front of Eli and Chris. And he's sort of like, I'm not going to draft off you guys. I'm just going to set the pace. And like you said, Skylar, Eli's in the position where he can just sort of settle in right now. Also, Hans hasn't executed a perfect race here at Black Canyon. There's probably a little bit of him that's like, hey, I don't know how much I want to be taking a page out of your lead just yet. I'm just going to stay here, bide my time. But if they're still together in another 20 miles, then we can talk. Then we have a race, because I think at that point, getting the win at Black Canyon is so prestigious, and that's definitely a big part of this. So I know both of those men would want that.
Also a nice sponsor bonus, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I'd imagine.
Can't hurt, might help.
All right, sounds like we've got Brett Hornig out in the field to give us some updates. Brett, what do you got for us?
Good afternoon, Leah, Skylar, and Hillary. I'm over at Black Canyon City, and this race has officially been blown open. We had just barely gotten the camera on the tripod when we saw Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming hop over the cattle guard and make their way to the aid station. Both of them they were quieter than they had been. I think they're finally starting to really race and put the head down and tighten the screws a little bit. Chris Myers was sandwiched in between the two of them. He's out there pacing Eli. but they did basically take the same exact amount of time at the aid station, mostly just filling bottles and water and ice. Eli definitely learned from his struggles in the heat last year. He had ice in the top pocket of his pack, and he also had the ice bandana. Hans had the ice bandana. I don't think he was wearing a pack, but they looked smooth, and we've yet to see third place. I guess it was Jordan Bramblett at Deep Canyon Ranch. Have not seen him come through yet. So, and split-wise, I think they're maybe I don't know if they gained any time on the course record splits from Deep Canyon, so it's more Jordan slowing down on this section more so than Eli and Hans speeding up.
Yeah, Brett, we did see Jordan pass Eli and Hans on the out and back, so we should be approaching you really any minute now. We'll be interested to see, because he is without a pacer, if you get some eyes and ears on what his conversations are with the aid station volunteers and what exactly he does to take care of himself, especially with the the knowledge from last year of how rough his back half of the race was. So it'll be interesting to see if he's taken any particular inspiration to make sure he doesn't fall to the same fate again.
So I can see him coming over the cattle go right now. We're actually about maybe 75 meters away from the aid station, just so we get better eyes on them coming in and out. So what I'll mostly be gauging instead of the conversation with the aid station captains is more so what does that stoppage time look like? He actually seemed in pretty good spirits. I mean, he said, "Woo, hey friends," about that level of enthusiasm. So he might be hurting a little bit, but
I was gonna say, Brad,
totally
that doesn't
broken.
sound that convincing.
But there was something. It was something.
So as your starter standing there in a hat and slightly puffy jacket, what's the temperature situation? How's the weather feeling at Black Canyon City?
It's not very windy anymore. It's like just ever so slight breeze, not so much for cooling. You can feel the sun and the heat starting to radiate off the rocks a little bit. So far, all three coming in like look warm. Like it's, we had all this chat about not that warm, not that warm. It's getting warm. The sun is making it feel hot. But I think as long as you don't go dry and you stay wet and you stay icy, you shouldn't overheat. I still don't think it's hot enough where there's really any excuse for overheating in this race. That would just be more making a mistake in terms of the cooling. We got, I see a few more coming in right now, and I can hear the cowbells, so Jordan Bramblett's on his way out of the aid station, so they're going to be potentially overlapping each other in the next few seconds. Canyon Woodward is coming in fourth.
Nice. It looks like we just had Sarah Humble on our screen. She is 11th place female, wrapping up just outside that women's top 10. We saw Canyon Woodward coming your way, Brett. Tight race on the men's side.
He looked good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Should we do a little rundown of our top men and women?
Let's hear it.
All right. So on the men's side, we have Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, and Jordan Bramblett all through Black Canyon City. And then behind them, which we don't have a split for them yet at Black Canyon, but from Deep Canyon Ranch, we had Zach Perrin, Trayson Knopp, Coleman Cragen, Stephen Hirsch, Anthony Williams, Ryan Raff, and Craig Hunt, rounding out our top 10 men. And then on the women's side, as we saw through Deep Canyon, super close, super exciting race with a ton of movement right now. So we don't know where they'll be by the next time we see them. But right now we've got Jen Lichter leading the race, Ann Flower hot on her heels, Tara Dower in third place, Molly Sidel in fourth, Abby Hall in fifth, Shea Aquilano in sixth, Eleni Matarisi in seventh, Riley Brady in eighth, and then Jenna Bensko and Sydney Welch rounding out our top 10 women.
Thanks for the rundown, Hillary. Something worth noting is how big some of these gaps can get in a short amount of time out there. Jordan Bramblett, we saw, who led the men's race early on, was with Eli and Hans just 13 miles ago, and now that gap has grown to 6 minutes. So when we say it's anybody's game late in the race and anything can happen, it's true. Like, we just saw a 6-minute gap grow pretty quickly. So I know we see Hans and Eli leading out in the front there. Hans already has a golden ticket to Western States. That means 2 more behind Eli are on the line. We've got a deep men's top 10 out there, and I think any one of them can really move their way up and make an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a kind of note on the women's race, I did get a bit of beta from Molly's crew saying that she ran out of water before she hit Deep Canyon. And so now she's refilled, and hopefully back in the game, it sounds like she's hunting and very much in it, and just maybe had a bit of a hydration issue there. So that's sort of interesting because there was some movement, but it sounds like there might be some more.
So we had Trayson Knopp and Zach Perrin, and we have Anthony Costalis coming through right now. Hillary, going back to your comments about Molly running out of water, I don't know if you guys were transitioning in the studio at that point, but I remember hearing Chris and AJW saying that Molly blew straight through Gloriana after Bumblebee and did not grab any fluid. And I'm yelling at the speakers in my car as I was driving to Black Canyon City, being like, that might be a critical error there, and we might start to see that payback.
Oh man, that is interesting. Yeah, I think that was right when we were transitioning over, so I missed that, but that makes a lot of sense. And I guess it's one of those things that you really only learn the hard way, and it really only when you kind of go through that experience and realize just how quickly you can run out of hydration. And especially, guys, as we get later on in the race, those miles go by a lot slower. And so maybe the amount of water that you're going through leading up to it felt like enough as you're ticking those fast miles off. But as we get slower, as things get more technical, you're just out there for longer in between aid stations. So those become even more critical.
Definitely. Hey, Brad, what do you think about Trayson Knopp working his way up into the field the way that he has?
Yeah, he looked like pretty nice and steady. So I'm at the very end. There's like a little bump right here. So they, descend for like, what is this, like 6 feet and then come up. But it's interesting to see who has pop coming off of this little bump here. And so far, Canyon is the one who had the most pop coming up off this little bump. But Trayson probably second. Like, he also looked very good. It's a big gap to the top 2, but I think right now third place is pretty wide open. Right now it seems like Canyon's probably the one who's going to be making their way into that position probably by the next aid station. I think we got Anthony coming out of the aid station now with Pacer. He just Anthony's the only one lucid enough out here to try and push me off the trail. So
that's because you're trying to trip him with your microphone cord.
Yeah, just saying hello. But Anthony seems like he's in good spirits. I mean, split wise, if we're thinking about it, we're still only 4 minutes slower than the fastest all-time split to this point, which is faster than Anthony had gone in 2023 when he won the race.
Dang, that's pretty significant.
We've got Riley Brady.
And I did hear from someone familiar with Riley's race just that they were having some GI issues and having a bit of trouble keeping nutrition in. But sounds like they're working through it and turning it around. And, Riley's a seasoned vet. So if anyone can problem solve and sort of get back out there, it's so interesting, right? Like, there are just so many factors, and even on a cooler day like this, nutrition can still be a challenge and something can still come up like this.
Yeah, and Hillary, going back to your early point about, Molly making the comment of having run out of water, one of the things that's super different from racing marathons and on the trail is that the fueling isn't totally linear on the trail. Sometimes you're, slowing down the carbs, the fluid, maybe on a long descent or a cooler section of course. Sometimes, like in the instance of Bumblebee to Gloriana, you might actually need to force some extra fluid in just so that way you kind of camel yourself and get a little, try and get ahead of things a little bit because of how much longer it takes to get to Deep Canyon. Whereas, they said she checked her bottles and then was like, I'm good. It's like maybe in training scenarios you're good, but when you've already been going for 2.5, 3 hours and your burn rate's a little bit increased, these are just the types of things that, kind of like you said, you kind of need to just learn it by doing it. Yeah, Anthony Williams coming through.
I mean, we're gonna see a similar situation leaving Black Canyon City where it's 8.5 miles, and typically, historically, on the men's side has been 65 to 70 minutes from Black Canyon City to the next aid station. So, for Molly, hopes she learned from the Gloriana to Deep Canyon Ranch so she doesn't make the same mistake again. But we might also see some of our men who are seeing each other on that out and back section into Black Canyon City make an unforced error and then be out there, for 20 plus minutes as they make their way on down to the gulch, might find themselves having ran out of water, making a unforced error themselves.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at this men's top 7 so far into Black Canyon City. I believe they're all veterans here at Black Canyon. So I think that goes to show just the experience that matters out here in some ways. Like, I think we've had a lot of athletes come here, like Eli Hemming last year, make a couple errors and then come back the following year, correct those errors, and have so far a stellar day out there. We'll see what happens in, the last 20 miles, but I think this experience does matter.
Yeah, Stephen Kirsch just came through with Coleman Cragen, and Kirsch actually looks really good. Split wise, we're 9 minutes off of the all-time fastest split. But as we had talked in our preview show, it's like there might actually be some additional minutes to be taken off in the second half of this course. So even at this point, you can still have a really good day. We saw it last year with Joe McConaughey. I think there's still a lot of time to potentially be had in these last 25 miles.
I agree. I think, looking at just where the men tend to slow down after Deep Canyon, like we do see about a 10% drop in the split from the first half and the women slightly less, but that just tells me that there's more room to play with pacing. And I would hope that the men are looking at that and trying to find these 1%, 2% gains, because especially for our returning veterans, that's where I think the difference is made for this race.
And for reference, Hayden Hawks has the fastest split from Black Canyon City to the finish. He's run 3 hours, 11 minutes. So we saw Hans Troyer come through in 4 hours, 5 minutes. So if he were to stick a Hayden Hawks Black Canyon City to the finish, we'd be looking at like a 7:16 finish out there today, which would be a pretty sizable course record.
Which that 3:10, that was still a 10% slowdown, I believe, from his Deep Canyon split. If any of these guys are able to hold it together to the way that Riley did from last year, their was it 324, 325 Deep Canyon split. If they had a 6 to 7% slowdown, that would actually put them in the 7.0s from a finish time rate.
Yeah.
And for the record, I did not just do that math off the top of my head. I was saving that one.
I was so impressed.
You planned that one.
Yeah, that was planned. I'm not doing percentages in my head right now.
Again, a lot of cooling strategies going on. Riley with a last ice dump over the head. I bet none of those runners, if we pulled them, would say it feels very cool out there right now.
No. I'm starting to see some red faces, and it sounds like one of our drone pilots might have just gotten eyes on Jen Lichter, so she's going to be getting within earshot here in the next few minutes.
I do love her red shorts. As a commentator, it's just lovely. You see a bright pair of red shorts coming down the trail towards you. It's great.
Identifiable. And
I appreciate that for sure.
Course record split into Black Canyon City on the women's side. Brett is 4 hours, 46 minutes. And I know we had Jen somewhere in that 10 to 12 minute range when she rolled through here at Deep Canyon Ranch up on the course record.
Okay, so we might still be looking about 10 minutes until Jen hits the Black Canyon City aid station.
She looked awesome leaving here. I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps putting a little bit more time into each of these sections.
Okay, so that's continuing. Gosh, if we're 12 minutes under here and you keep knocking that amount of time under, is Jen going to be flirting with that 8 hour mark?
I think she could be.
Yeah, I'm looking at the historical splits, and if she comes through in about 10 minutes time, that would be equivalent to when Cole Campbell ran 8:10, and Cole Campbell had a pretty rough second half. So again, 8:10 as the potential floor for Jen if she can stick the landing here. Most of the other people at about that range have landed at about 8:05.
Wow. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, that is an exciting storyline to keep an eye on. We always said the women's race was going to be just really cool as far as getting close to that 8-hour mark, and we're seeing that play out, and Jen Lichter just throwing it down for us.
Yeah, and looks like she's following her pacer uphill here. She's moving strong. Jen is a versatile runner, too. Lots of success in mountain running, especially at the shorter distance stuff. Good technical runner with wins at Speed Goat, the Rut, World Championships. This is her first foray into this distance, so really cool to see how she's dialing it in for the longer distance today.
And remind me,
distance-wise,
I was gonna say, is this Jen's first time with a pacer?
Yes.
It's, Will Murray just came through pacing Ferdinand Arol.
Oh.
Well, he's
cool.
He's got a good pacer there. Knows a thing or two about crushing this course. That's
Cool
fun to see.
pacing celeb shot right there.
Yeah, Jen Lichter's longest time on feet to date in a race was Les Templiers, where she ran 8 hours and 52 seconds for 50 miles there. So maybe she's going for a little.
Sounds like might still be trying to make that her longest time on feet.
Yeah.
But, 100K instead of 50 miles, so.
Totally different.
Slight difference, yeah. And I know
time is time.
Jen thrives on the heat, and that's fun to see. So does Tara. We know Tara loves a good suffer fest, and so seeing some of these ladies dig in, they're not going anywhere any fast.
The other thing that I'll be really curious to hear from Jen about, hopefully at the end of this race, is how the big difference in training and kind of the approach to this race from a overall volume standpoint has shaped this 100K experience, because it sounds like different coach, very different training block, and potentially a big breakthrough, which we oftentimes don't see. Sometimes it takes 1 or 2 training blocks when you switch coaches to get kind of into the swing of things, but maybe for Jen, like, this was the change-ups that she needed.
Yeah, we saw in the past she would historically do a lot of road workouts, road running, almost like marathon style training combined with some long runs on the trails. And this time, I think we saw a lot of volume on the trails. She did a big training block down here on the course with other CTS athletes, and curious to see just how much stronger and more resilient and durable that makes her as an athlete at these longer distances. So on our screen right now, I do believe we've got Jen Lichter coming down into Black Canyon City, being led by her pacer. Got 4:27 elapsed on the clock right now. Women's course record time into there was 4:46 last year. So Jen's probably going to be about at least 15 minutes up on course record splits as we head into Black Canyon City.
Yeah, definitely lengthening that little gap she's got on the current CR, as you were predicting, Skylar.
And we've talked about the importance of runners taking care of themselves here at Deep Canyon Ranch as they get ready to head out into the second of their out and back opportunities, and then ultimately the 70+ minute stretch they'll have from Black Canyon City down to the Gulch. We got Luke J hanging out here on the couch with me, and he was bopping around between these crew spots here at Deep Canyon Ranch. Any color that you can provide as to what you saw here at Deep Canyon Ranch and how that might be setting the likes of Jen, Hans, and Eli as they are getting ready to tackle or currently tackling the second half of this race?
Yeah, I was kind of going up and down this gauntlet of a crowd we have of the crews. So it's great because you can see the runners a couple times as they come in, hit through aid, either see their crew or, see their crew on their way out. Jen looked really strong, super locked in. If she was hurting, she was definitely had the poker face on, locked in. And then looked like when Tara came through, she was, it was Ann right behind Jen, right? Ann was smiling, high-fiving people. She was maybe a little bit slower, not as quick through aid, but she was moving really well. And then Molly, it looked like, I know she was low on fluids, people were saying, but she didn't look like she was panicking at all. It looked like she just took a few more minutes and cooled off, got her water bottles. And then when she left, it really looked like she was completely unfazed.
Did you see her doing a lot of cooling? We didn't get a good shot on the live broadcast, but.
Yeah, right at the end before they loop, her crew was at the very end, and so we didn't quite catch her. But she did ice up there, and she took a few more minutes than Jen and Ann did. But as Molly was leaving, heading back out, she looked like she was totally fine. So I think she took a few minutes to regain herself, and she really wasn't that far behind Ann. And so I'm curious if she'll be able to maybe close that gap and they can work together to chip away at Jen.
Yeah, that's good to see, just as far as Molly sort of taking that heat seriously and maybe resetting a little bit, realizing quickly enough. And that is the mark of a pro. It's just like, okay, yeah, I maybe should have grabbed the fluids. I'm going to take a second, make sure I'm good before I go again. And yeah, I mean, I don't know about Anne. She seems like she's just on her own mission. We'll see if the two of them are working together or just both of them, hunting towards the lead. I feel like all three of those women are deeply competitive.
If I was Anne, I wouldn't want to see Molly coming up behind me. But at the same time, when they left here, it's a halfway point, right? So sometimes company is helpful.
These are great tracking shots. Just, again, shout out to our drone operators for bringing us these gorgeous long shots. You really get a chance to see, like for Jen, her stride. She's so fluid. She just looks very comfortable. She's not fazed by any of these little kind of rollers, just like opened up.
The second half will be very telling, and I know you guys mentioned it. I mean, Jen is a beast on technical terrain, especially on the downhill. I would bet money she's probably the fastest descender out of these top 5. So it'll kind of depend on maybe how much she kept in the tank. To me, it seems like she's the person who's going to run a smart race, but she's going to run aggressive, which we've seen historically. You have to run aggressive at a race like Black Canyon to do well. So it's that fine line out there. And then, when the top guys came through, Eli and Hans were both running really well. But then it was, Trayson and Canyon and Anthony all kind of right there, not too far back. Just my quick rundown, Anthony looked really strong and looked very calculated and looked like he was ready, was holding it back. So it'll be interesting to see if he closes that gap. Canyon looked really strong too, coming through, super relaxed. All of them were cooling down. It's definitely feeling hot out there, but the temp isn't as hot. And you guys know how it goes when you start and it's 35 degrees out. It feels warm quick.
Well, it was cold at the start line, I'll tell you that. Everyone was bundled up, and that is, I saw more than a few people start with jackets, and I'm sure they shed them pretty quickly, but these desert temperatures are a challenge with the big swings. And yeah, sure enough, we are just into the heat of the day. There's no hiding from that sunshine anywhere.
And most of the athletes in this top 10 right now on both sides are from the Mountain West, Colorado, Utah, a little bit of Arizona, Flagstaff areas. So I know we've had a pretty rough winter out west. A lot of people have been able to get on the trails, but this feels hot to anybody, I think, once you're 30, 40 miles into a race like this in the exposed sun.
I just saw the ultimate big brain pacer move.
Yeah, for sure. I think
and this
I'm
might
in
be
Colorado,
controversial.
and everybody is we've been able to run trails in shorts all winter. So, unfortunately.
All right, Brett, you got some beta for us from live on the course?
I saw the ultimate big brain pacer move, and I'm sure this will just absolutely light up the chat. But about 50 meters in front of me is a big cattle guard, and I've only seen one pacer so far go out of the way to open the gate on the other side for their runner, so they don't have to hop over the awkward cattle guard. And I was like, dang, that actually saved a lot of momentum, a little bit of time, less jumps. I was like, big brain pacer move right there.
That's an interesting thing. I mean, we don't want to get anyone going on the chat more about the pacers because it's a hot topic right now, but you're not wrong that some of that stuff can save a second or two and just a little bit of brain power there for runners.
Yeah, like if I was going to have a pacer, do your job.
Right.
Yeah.
Open the gate.
And we've seen from this tracking shot that Jen is actively talking to her pacer, or at least her pacer's actively talking to her, doing a check on gear. Saw Jen reach towards the back of her pack and making sure that she is taking her fluids and working things down. So, it looks like Jen is getting the most out of her pacer at the moment to stay on top of fluids and everything, especially with as they are approaching you, Brett. Once they go past you again, it's another 8 miles.
They're in
an hour
sight.
plus, until they go to Cottonwood Gulch.
Yep, I hear they come. Yeah, that's a super valuable thing that you can do with your pacer is like go through the rehearsal of what are we doing when we get to the aid station. Here they come through right now. Is her pacer McKenna Morley?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so she's a world-class road marathoner.
Yeah, she's got a 2:30 marathon and also some pretty fast times in the
Kodiak 50K
1500 and the 5,000 meter and the Kodiak 50K champ, so no stranger to trail. So that's a fun pacer for her.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little taste.
Brett, what do you think about the pacing tactics of leading your runner versus the runner being
wait,
out front?
we got Ann Flower coming through right here.
Sick.
This gap is not big. This is less than a minute. That was probably 30 seconds.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pacer leading or pacer following the runner. I've always been, for my opinion, if I'm feeling good and we're attacking, I want the pacer to lead because we'll set the pace and then it's like, okay, I want you to get in front of me, set it, let me turn my brain off. If I'm getting to that point where like I just need you to keep me alive out there, I'm gonna lead and they'll just kind of keep an eye on me.
Jen with a bit of a pep in her step there now that she's seeing how close Ann is.
Yeah. The fatigue is being resisted.
So that gap is, probably about 40 seconds. The gap at Deep Canyon Ranch between Jen and Ann was about a minute and a half. So it looks like Ann cut into that just a smidge on that last section.
Yeah, it is exactly a minute as both of those ladies have crossed the mat. So Ann is trailing Jen Lichter by 1 minute here, 37 miles in to the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka.
Right.
Just
I think
vibing.
We're now post aid station. We're at 40 seconds from Jen and Ann passing me.
She
so
closed
I think
that.
Ann's aid station stop was a little bit shorter, actually.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the split to Tara and then to Molly. How much has changed because Ann was able to close that gap by a pretty solid amount.
Yeah, so Ann went by me on the outbound at 11:37. I'll just make a mental note of that. As with the men's race, we've got two. Two have blown the race open.
Yeah, we've got Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming leading our men's race with a 6-minute gap from Black Canyon City reporting. Likely to see that gap grow a bit more. Jordan Bramlett is in 3rd place, Canyon Woodward in 4th, Trayson Knopp in 5th. So far, we've got 2 women to Black Canyon City, Jen Lichter, 40 minutes up on Ann Flower. Ann Flower is world record holder in the 50-mile distance, course record holder at Leadville 100, really busted onto the scene last year with those big times, but has been in ultra running for quite a few years now. Recently picked up sponsors of Hoka and Never Second and is absolutely crushing it out there today, not far off of women's leader Jen Lichter.
Oh, I've got some interesting intel from Ann Flower at the aid station. She didn't take on much for cooling at all, but she just filled bottles. But then David Yousling says she didn't need any help. I'm like, is that a good thing or a bad thing if you're not putting water and ice on yourself at this point in the race? Maybe that was where the 15 seconds got saved. Will that pay off?
I mean, and we've talked about, or at least alluded to it here in the studio, but this next section, 8.5 miles, historically for the women has been somewhere between 75 minutes to an hour and a half. of completely exposed.
F3.
And the biggest climb of the day forthcoming. So
F3, Brett.
Yep.
Who you got?
Tara Dower, F3 coming in.
Yeah, she looks
So
great.
I'll get her split when she passes me on the way out. But right now it's been 2 minutes since Ann Flower passed me outbound, so we might be looking around a 3 to 3.5 minute gap to Tara.
Familiar
But Tara
territory.
looks great.
And, you know, all three of these ladies are under Riley's course record split. You know, Tara's 7 minutes under right now. So these times are fast. It's really cool to see. They're all pushing each other collectively.
Yeah, like more importantly than the fast times are the fact that it's still competitive. It's not one person just time trialing off the front. It's Ann is hunting Jen, Tara's hunting Ann, and on the same thing on the men's side, you have Hans and Eli working together. You know, this is in the athlete's brain, not just a time trial. This is very much a proper competitive race, me against another person, and that's when we really see folks turn themselves out and put out some absurd performances.
I'm curious if we'll get a shot of Ann Flower enter the screen here as we've got Jen Lichter down in the bottom left. We know that gap was 40 seconds. Thanks for the corrections in the chat, you guys. I said 40 minutes. 40 seconds between Jen Lichter and Ann Flower. Oh, there she is down bottom right. That's pretty awesome, both on different sides of that switchback. And then Tara Dower, we said probably about 3 minutes back from Ann. The gap between Ann and Tara when we saw them at Deep Canyon Ranch was just a minute. So it seems that Ann has put in a bit of a surge on that last section to increase her lead over Tara by about 2 minutes.
All right, so we're looking about a 3.5 minute gap from Tara to Ann Flower now on the outbound. Tara spent a little bit longer in the aid, but I could see as she's leaving, she's like fully drenched. I could hear the clicky clack of ice. So Tara definitely spent that extra time cooling and getting ready for this long section. And that, you know, kind of like what you guys were saying, maybe in experiencing, Tara knows what this climb is. On paper, not that big. After this many hours of racing, kind of big. And you slow down, you don't get much wind. Things can definitely overheat. And as soon as you overheat on a climb like this, it's so difficult to bring it back while also still chasing people in front of you who might also be having great days. So I think veteran move by Tara to spend that extra 30 seconds here in the aid station cooling off.
Yeah, absolutely, Brad. I think Tara knows exactly what she's doing and is probably pretty happy with where she is right now in that front pack. And just for you folks on the live broadcast, we are following our top ladies through Black Canyon, just as we did with our men's race, and then we will jump ahead once we have beta on the men. But it's exciting to see all these women coming through here so strong, so fast together, and really fun to get these shots. If you're looking for an update on our top men, we can do a quick rundown of our men's field. So right now, Hans Troyer's in first place, followed by Eli Hemming, Jordan Bramblett in third, Canyon Woodward in fourth, Trayson Knopp in